Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our workshop on excessive heat in the indoor environment. In a few moments, I'm going to look briefly about how this began and the study that initiated this workshop and the workshop series. It's the final workshop in a series of 5 that we've been doing since September 2023. I'm Charles Ferguson. I'm the Senior Director for the Board on Chemical Sciences and Technology. This is the board at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine that oversees this activity. Just very briefly, what is the National Academies? Some of you may already know, some of you have been on some of our consensus studies. So what I'm telling you is something you already know, but I think a lot of people, especially those coming in the room right now or online, may not know about the National Academies. National Academy of Sciences was founded in 1863 by President Abraham Lincoln. We're congressionally chartered, but we're a non-governmental organization. But we do a lot of advisory studies for the federal government and other funders as well. And I'll mention our funders. I'll thank our funders toward the end of my opening remarks. So I want to really express my deep appreciation for the University of Miami, especially the School of Nursing here. This is a fabulous facility to have this event. Thank you, especially, Dean Santos. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Provost Willie Prado and others, you'll meet them throughout the day. But I want to make sure that you understand this is fabulous to be here at the University of Miami this morning and today. So how did this begin? So let's take you back about 5 years ago. So we all remember the pandemic wasn't that long ago. Things were locked down, but we still found a way to get our work done. And we had a study was just getting off the ground kind of in late 2020, and it was on why indoor chemistry matters. The report came out in late summer 2022. It's available for free PDF download from National Academies Press website. We do have a few hard copies with us here today. If you wanted to look through the report during a break, you're welcome to. It's up here on the front desk for the in-person attendees. And so we got to study off the ground during the pandemic. And it was great to have some of the consensus study committee members here today. You'll hear from some of them later in the events and the sessions we're having. And they volunteered their time. So these aren't people who are doing it for the money. They're doing it because it's national service. And they did many, many meetings, all online, all virtual. We need to congratulate them, thank them deeply for that. It was, sometimes tough sledding, as they say, but they produced an amazing report, and we done with it. And the dust settled on the activity, and the report was published. We realized, wow, we had this extra money left over from a private foundation, Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. What did we do with that? So we've had a conversation with the program director at the Sloan Foundation, Evan Michelson, and he said, let's make some constructive use of this. And I said, yes, what ideas do you have? I said, well, let's do a dissemination workshop series where we feature the recommendations of the study and we do outreach to communities we weren't able to outreach to during the actual study itself. So the first workshop we did was in September 2023 at the National Academy of Sciences building, Washington, D.C., and it was focused on environmental justice. And it was an amazing event, learned a lot from that. The second workshop we did was in early 2024, and it focused on the R&D landscape. And we brought in federal agencies, we brought in leading researchers, some of the Consensus Study Committee members, some other leading academic researchers. And we had a great discussion once again at the National Academy of Sciences building. Third workshop we did spring of last year, and that was a broader outreach effort. We brought in the leading education unions around the country, the National Education Association, American Federation of Teachers. If a lot of you are educators, you're spending a lot of time indoors with students in that environment, and you want to make sure that your students are healthy, you're healthy. So we heard from the teachers unions and their representatives. They're at the forefront of making sure that they have the protections they need. We brought in the American Heart Association. We brought in environmental, non-governmental organizations. So we did that event spring of last year. The fourth workshop was in November of last year. And then we got out of Washington, D.C. Like, finally, let's, stop just having events in D.C. Let's get out and meet people where they actually live and work. So we went out to the Four Corners region of New Mexico, and it was mostly focused on indigenous communities. So this is in part of in the Navajo Nation. We had other tribes represented, the Hopi tribe, Laguna Pueblo was represented, the Ute Mountain tribe from Colorado and Utah, and others. And so that was a one-day event. And here we are, the final in a series, certainly last but certainly not least, and focusing on the indoor environment and excessive heat. So the funders I want to thank for the consensus study itself. We have 3 federal funders. We have the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC. We had the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and we had the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, part of NIH. So thank you so much for supporting that work. And then, as I mentioned, for this workshop series, we've been making use of the generous funding from the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. And one of the initiators of that program work, going back at least a couple of decades ago, is Paula Olszewski. Paula hopefully will be able to take part in this event later today. Paula has done tremendous work. She's now at Johns Hopkins, still doing work in similar areas. I also want to thank our tremendous staff team, Darlene Groh, Kay Wims, Purva Dave, and Eric Edkin, who's at NAS headquarters. And in a moment, I'll thank Dr. Roxana Chicas. But I'm also remembering that there's a little bit of housekeeping, house rules I need to mention. So when you're for in-person attendees here in this auditorium, you're allowed to have water, but no other drinks like coffee or tea, and don't bring in food as well. They really want to keep this auditorium pristine and clean. It's a fabulous facility, so please follow those house rules. But for the in-person attendees, you'll see that we have some breakfast items, we have some snack items right outside the door, coffee, tea, water, and please stay for in-person attendees, please stay for lunch. We're gonna have lunch out there as well, set up late morning, and we'll break for lunch around that time, and look forward to getting to know the in-person attendees during lunch. You'll see that there are restrooms right outside the auditorium doors. And in the event of a fire alarm, and we know what that's like, we were here yesterday afternoon doing a walkthrough, and there was a fire alarm. And so the staff here, kindly, safely saw us out the building. So hopefully that won't happen today, but if it does, just calmly just follow the exit signs and exit the building. So just checking notes, see if I've forgotten anything. And next up, it's my great pleasure to introduce my colleague, Dr. Roxana Chicas. She has been with us as a National Academy of Medicine, American Academy of Nursing Fellow. Dr. Chicas is at Emory University. She's an assistant professor, tenure track, at the Nell Hodgson Woodruff School of Nursing at Emory. And so Roxana will come and give her opening remarks. Roxana.
Thank you very much. So my name is Roxana Chicas. I'm an assistant professor at the School of Nursing at Emory University. And I am also the American Academy of Nursing Fellow at the National Academies of Medicine. And in this role, I've been able to work with this incredible team, and they have been very welcoming. In thinking about my remarks, I decided that I wanted to tailor this to students. I saw that there's a lot of students who registered for this event, and I think oftentimes in these events, we don't really speak to students. And I want to say to students that science really needs you more than ever. for the preservation of human health and planetary health. And no other time is more crucial, I think, than this time for you to stay in science. And so I want to welcome students that if you are thinking or you're feeling uncertain, that do not be afraid, take courage and stay in it with us. I think that oftentimes even I still sometimes get nervous, intimidated. But what I have learned with working at the National Academies of Sciences is that most people are very collegial and warm and want to help you. And in this workshop, you know, they've asked me like, where do you think we should have this event? And I thought, well, what better place than University of Miami? So thank you, Dean Santos, for hosting, being so generous, and Dean Biswas for also supporting this event. And now I want to hand it over to the Interim Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs, Provost Willie Pravo. Thank you also for supporting this event.
Thank you very much, Roxana, and good morning and welcome to everyone. I will be very brief because you didn't come here to see me. But just a warm welcome to the University of Miami for those of you who are here from out of town. It's a beautiful day. We just celebrated our centennial just last week here, so we turned 100. And although I'm not a content expert, you'll hear from some of our own faculty and deans later on this morning and later this afternoon to talk about this topic, which really is work that is being done here, and it really transcends our entire campuses, all three campuses, whether it's our School of Architecture, Engineering, Nursing, the Miller School of Medicine, and many others that are involved in this type of work. It's great for those of you who are here in person to join us for the day and to join us in this beautiful city and university. And as you can see, there is incredible indoor environment here, right? The quality of the air and everything else is just absolutely stellar. In all seriousness, thank you. I hope you all have a great day and welcome once again.
Well, thank you, colleagues, for getting us back on time. Really appreciate that. I know we got a little bit of a late start, but pretty much back on time. Perfect. So assuming that Ellison and Jill, they're both online, both of our keynote speakers. I'm going to just do a very brief introductions to them and then turn over basically the virtual stage to both Ellison and Jill. And we'll hear their opening remarks or the keynote address. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for some Q&A too with them. So we have roughly 40 minutes for this session one. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Ellison Carter. And she is the associate professor of civil and environmental engineering at Colorado State University. And title of her presentation is going to be Breathing Room, Navigating Thermal and Chemical Risk Indoors. And she also served on our consensus study committee, I just mentioned just a little while ago. And it's also a great pleasure to have the co-presenter keynote address from Professor Jill Johnston, and who's an associate professor at the Wen School of Population and Public Health at University of Southern California, and who will talk about It's Getting Hot in Here, Perceptions of Indoor Heat in Vulnerable Urban Communities. So let's have Ellison present first, and then Jill.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm really glad to be here and get to share the platform with Dr. Johnston. So we worked together in advance to try to coordinate our keynote. And so we will be sharing the floor. I'll be kicking us off, giving a little context to the place of the report and how it relates to indoor heat stress and overlap with chemicals. And then just to make sure Jill and I are on the same page, I'll go ahead and advance the slides when I turn it over to you, so you can let me know as we move through. I'm very glad to be here at this fifth workshop. I'm very grateful for the opportunity for these workshops to be happening, with communities and groups of people across the United States. And what perspective I thought I might be able to bring is as a member of the committee working on the emerging science and indoor chemistry that became the Why Indoor Chemistry Matters report. I would like to be able to pull out some highlights from each of the chapters. And although we were very focused on indoor chemistry itself, we see a lot of overlap with the exposure to heat stress, which is the focus of this workshop. So one of the key statements that I wanted to pull out from the 2022 report was that temperature does drive emissions and partitioning and reaction rates indoors. And so this image here, I've adapted from a really nice review paper that came out last year by Kenny et al. In the journal Temperature that was focused on how heat stress changes throughout the day or under different conditions. And I really liked their imagery of homes from relatively modest temperature to hotter temperatures. But here I've sort of illustrated what this means for indoor chemistry when it's dynamic and very heat sensitive. So emission rates will increase with increasing temperature, and reaction rates and partitioning will also likely be very influenced by temperature. So with this umbrella perspective, I'd like to walk through each of the chapters of the report and highlight how heat influences our understanding that came out of that chapter. So the introduction was really focused on how the indoor environment is full of chemicals that we need to understand better. But heat is a silent amplifier that makes otherwise indoor chemistry harder to ignore. Sorry. The first chapter of this report was focused on primary sources and reservoirs of chemicals indoors. And as such, these surfaces, as they experience greater heat, will experience higher emission rates from things like building materials, as well as furnishings and even coils in an HVAC system. The next chapter was focused on partitioning of chemicals in indoor environments, where there are many different types of partitioning relationships that warrant further study, and those that were emerging in the science were highlighted in this report. But one example I wanted to pull out was the statement that a 5-degree C rise may even double gas phase levels of what are semi-volatile organic compounds. So compounds that have an affinity for being in the gas phase, but not as strong an affinity as some of the things that we tend to think of as VOCs in the indoor environment. But those SVOCs might experience greater concentrations under higher temperatures. The third major chapter in this report was focused on chemical transformations and reactions that are happening. And heat can accelerate oxidation, photolysis, and even aqueous film chemistry. It may change half-lives, and it may result in new chemical byproducts or higher rates of production of those chemical byproducts. As the report progressed, the fourth major chapter was focused on management of chemicals in indoor environments. And one comment that I would like to pull out is this idea that is somewhat traditional of a trade-off existing between ventilating for better indoor air quality or cooling for managing heat stress. This trade-off will definitely break down as heat stress introduces both higher chemical exposures and the heat exposure at the same time. So the need for smarter cooling systems, those that involve heat recovery or have demand-controlled cooling, are some of the types of solutions that are highlighted in that chapter. The chapter that followed was primarily focused on indoor chemistry and exposure. And so when thinking about chemical exposures, although the report focused mostly on disparities in chemical exposures by type of housing or access to changing your indoor environment, heat waves push vulnerable workers and residents into both thermal and chemical stress. and may further widen some of those exposure and health disparities. Lastly, the final chapter in this report was entitled A Path Forward for Indoor Chemistry. And I think a case was made here, and that I think will come out in some of the later sessions today, that integrating temperature into modeling, into sensor development, into policy development is already somewhat inherent because of the role of temperature in governing indoor environments and their chemistry. But heat-aware indoor chemistry science may be what we might think of as a next frontier. As heat is introduced into this overall theme for today's workshop, I wanted to highlight a figure that was a governing figure for the report. This is not a novel figure. The source to effects pathway or environmental health paradigm is often represented in this way, where we have sources on the left-hand side that partition and experience transformations and resulting concentrations in the indoor environments where people live, work, and play. Those concentrations, as a function of time, become exposures that result in doses that lead to health effects. And so the Why Indoor Chemistry Matters report, I would say, was more heavily focused on this left-hand side, what I have in the orange box here: sources, partitioning, transformations, concentrations, and to some degree exposure. But the emphasis was on this source side of the source to effects pathway and the role that heat can play in changing the influence of the sources, partitioning, and concentrations is what I think we need considerably more insight on and evidence on, so that we can understand exposure both to the chemicals and to the heat stress. So the co-exposures present several challenges that I'll highlight before I turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Johnston. In some, recent literature has been increasingly clear on the role that extreme heat and and indoor air pollutants play in terms of exposure, and that these are not independent issues. They frequently occur together, and they may intensify each other's harms. So for residents, we may think about lack of adequate cooling. A heat wave doesn't just bring on a risk of heat stroke. It may also mean increased risk of exposure to elevated concentrations of volatile organic compounds, maybe higher ozone infiltration, and these can further aggravate symptoms of heat stress or symptoms that are more related to the chemical exposures, and lead to worse health outcomes acutely as well as chronically. At the same time, because this workshop is looking at through the lens of both worker and resident exposures, or people working in indoor environments and their exposures, for workers doing the same job on a much hotter day may lead to higher uptake of chemicals and greater risk of injury or illness than on a more moderately hot day. So with these, with this emphasis on exposure for our keynote, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Johnston, who will now sort of address some of the right-hand side of the source to effects pathway. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carter, and to the whole committee that came up and did tremendous work to put this report together. So I'm going to speak a little bit to sort of community perspectives and highlighting community engaged work that we've done primarily in the Los Angeles region. But I think as we are experiencing more extreme heat and more extreme weather events, it's really highlighted how this amplifies and intensifies a lot of the underlying inequalities that exist across our society and our differential ability to adapt to these crises. Next slide. So bringing it to the context of environmental justice, we know that in many communities, particularly in urban areas, that we're also contending with issues like near roadway air pollution, industrial activities, oil and gas productions that are often concentrated in these same communities that are known for its urban heat island effects. and that the vulnerability to climate disasters, including extreme heat, really has potential to increase this burden of environmentally related diseases. And so communities that are facing environmental injustices are more likely to also face climate disasters and increased risk to higher temperatures. And these effects can really be amplified by other sort of negative socioeconomic and health factors that are occurring simultaneously, such as higher rates of chronic diseases, lack of access to healthy food, substandard housing conditions, as well as stress from issues like poverty, racism, or unemployment. And so these underlying factors of environmental justice can really contribute to exacerbating vulnerability to extreme heat. Next slide. So in Los Angeles, we face sort of a huge range of microclimates. And this is probably, true across cities and regions in the US. And so not only are we experiencing increased frequency and duration of heat waves, but it's anticipated that there's going to be 5 times as many heat waves in the next 20 years compared to what we have now. And when we look across the county, the temperature can vary by over 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So this map on the left is an image from NASA from a hot day. And we can see, coastal areas compared to inland areas, there's huge temperature differentials. And this is largely driven both by local topography, oceanic influences, but also the built environment. And we know communities are more likely to live in areas with increased crowding, less access to green space, and less vegetation. And this can all kind of influence the local ambient temperature. And on top of that, then we're facing the environmental health hazards. And so the map on the right comes from the Cal Enviro screen, which sort of ranks census tracts in California by the amount of environmental hazards. And so here we see oftentimes there's an overlap between communities experiencing higher temperatures and those that also face these other environmental hazards. Next slide. And health impacts from extreme heat include sort of cardiovascular and respiratory impacts. A lot of the research has focused on mortality and morbidity, especially when looking at emergency department visits, also mental and nervous system disorders, renal and infectious disease, diabetes, and higher incidence of preterm birth. And so we also know that there's some sort of quality of life impacts, such as being harder to sleep or poor sleep quality on days that are hotter, and increased risk of dehydration. And also, like as was mentioned, that the impacts of extreme heat can be worse on days that are also higher air pollution days. And so kind of building off that literature, we can anticipate that not only exposure to ambient air pollution, but also indoor air quality is likely to exacerbate these health vulnerabilities. However, with some of our conversations at the community level, heat is often considered a nuisance. And so there's increased education that's really needed to understand heat as this public health problem and not just something people have to experience on the individual level. Next slide. And this just comes from many conversations with residents in some of these environmental justice communities in LA to ask them how they feel on hot days. And so I think this really kind of amplifies also some of the stress and anxiety that comes with these hot days, as well as this lack of feeling that folks have the ability to really change and have ways to cool off effectively during these times. Next slide. And communities identified vulnerable groups, which is largely consistent with other scientific literature. And so these are specifically groups of people where it's expected that extreme heat is going to disproportionately impact. And also places where they think there needs to be more attention or more interventions to address the impacts of extreme heat on these different populations. Next slide. And while there's a need for sort of more studies on the health impacts of cumulative burdens when we add extreme heat to kind of the other environmental hazards faced by communities, it's important to also consider some of the competing effects of different interventions or recommendations for communities. So, for example, here in these environmental justice communities where we were interviewing, about 2/3 of them did not have, or about 1/3 of them did not have air conditioning in their home. And other folks that did, the majority were window units. And oftentimes people didn't want to use the air conditioning because of concern over cost. And so as we're seeing more and more hot air days, it's important to consider, how we can think about ventilation or cooling inside of these different indoor spaces, and especially in consideration of places that may also have high levels of ambient air pollution. And so there may be concerns about bringing that pollution inside with some of these different recommendations. Next slide. And so this is just one set of data from a very small sample of 17 homes that we started collecting indoor bedroom temperature data in starting in August of last year through September. But here really demonstrates the differences that we see in average daily temperature indoors in homes with and without access to air conditioning. So we see much higher temperatures in homes with no AC in some of these different neighborhoods across Los Angeles. And we're gonna continue looking at this into the cooler seasons. And so we also see that homes that don't have AC are also more likely to be colder in the winter. And there's real concerns, particularly from some community folks, about mobile home parks and their ability to address these extreme temperatures. Next slide. And so finally, I think it's important to consider the limited infrastructures and the anticipated cost that result in people feeling unable to find cool places during heat waves. So in our conversations with communities, they largely relied on the private sector. So that'd be going to malls or movie theaters as ways to stay cool, but also many people did not feel comfortable leaving their home during these extreme temperature events. They lacked access to transportation or were concerned about the cost of transportation to go to more cool spaces, and didn't have information about where they could go to get to be in a cool indoor space. And so this really highlights multiple potential places and multiple levels for interventions to try to address some of these health concerns and disparities during heat events. So with that, I'll pass it back to Dr. Carter.
Thank you. So the way we had wanted to structure this was to share a bit about the preface from the report and then think about what this looks like in the field. And then the pivot here is to think about what would it mean to design for dual challenges. So what I'm going to present is primarily my experience focused on improving indoor air quality. However, I see some opportunities for the types of interventions that we tend to recommend for indoor environments and collect data to inform might have some free gains in terms of reducing heat stress, as well as some previously untapped opportunities for better design that can address both heat stress and chemical exposures. These solutions may have both technological angles, such as better HVAC systems or alternatives to HVAC systems if retrofitting isn't possible, smarter ways of monitoring what's going on at a very local level in the indoor environment, and creative retrofitting. There also are policy angles that I think may come out later in some of the sessions today that might be more at a organizational level. So some of the work that I'll highlight has been with public housing organizations, or in this case, in Colorado, where I'm based, the Public Health and Environment Department, where heat action plans or cooling plans for rental housing are emerging as potential policy solutions. So the first intervention frame that I want to present is the redevelopment of public housing. Across the United States, there has been support for replacing what are now approaching 70, 80-year-old or more housing developments with newer housing. And that was the case in Denver about 5 to 10 years ago. And working with Dr. Katie Dickinson and Dr. Colleen Reed through the JPB Harvard Environmental Health Fellowship, we were able to conduct some preliminary work before the redevelopment was in place. So what's illustrated here on the bottom left is where the original housing has for publicly housed residents in Denver is located, and the construction that would be taking place and has nearly come to completion would be building the units that you see in the upper right. And so at the time, we were mostly focused on how people's experiences in their homes might change, both from a mental health and well-being perspective that my colleagues brought, as well as an indoor air quality and chemical exposure perspective that me and my team brought to the table. However, as we were conducting our baseline assessment, we also asked questions about how satisfied people were with cooling and heating in their homes. And so although Colorado and Denver may not be thought of as the epicenter where heat stress is a problem, we were somewhat surprised to find that what's illustrated here in this graphic is the proportion of people that were very satisfied with cooling and heating. Out of our total 40 surveys here in this case, 15 were satisfied both with cooling and heating in their existing old housing. And a very small number were very satisfied with cooling and very unsatisfied with heating. So heating was their main problem. They were the smallest number in our sample. And then it was a relatively similarly small number that were very unsatisfied with both the heating and cooling in their home. But what stood out was the number that were quite satisfied with heating, but were not satisfied with cooling. And so even in an environment where the number of days that are over 90 degrees Fahrenheit is very slight, because there was little agency over controlling temperature, and because the structure of the home facilitated really high temperatures indoors, what we learned was that there were a very high fraction of people who were very unsatisfied with their ability to stay cool when temperatures were hot. And our thinking here, although we haven't yet been able to complete the follow-up study, is that with the new housing and the greater thermal control that people have in these new units, we may be able to address the dissatisfaction with cooling, as well as the ability to reduce heat stress when it arises. Another example that I want to use is one in which we are conducting an in-home air quality intervention that's funded through the National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities. And what's illustrated here is what it looks like for someone to participate in this intervention study. Our intervention arm is the purple bar across the top, and participants that are in the intervention arm receive what we have named a home health box. We work with Access Sensor Technologies, who's developed and designed this box for measuring a wide range of indoor air pollutants. And so people in the intervention group receive the box 3 times, but between the first and second, and then the second and third, they also receive what is a home health report that showcases pollutants in their home, the levels of pollutants in their homes, and pairs that with actionable advice for low cost and no cost ways to mitigate the pollutant levels that we measure in their home. We tailor those recommendations based on survey data that we collect. And what we're testing is the influence of that information, because you can see in our control band, none of that information is provided until the end of the study. So what we're trying to evaluate here is what do people do with the information over a relatively short time period, 6 to 8 weeks. The focus of this study has been on indoor air quality information, but what I want to highlight again, like with the Denver public housing example, we are also asking questions about how people are managing thermal stress. And what we're showing here are our data for both cooling on the left-hand side, shown in the green bars, and heating, shown on the right-hand side in the purple or blue bars. So I'd like to focus your attention on the left-hand side, where we've offered a range of cooling methods and asked people which ones they use. And they don't have to select only one, they can select any that apply. And so what you can see is that many are running fans and opening windows. A proportion have central air conditioning, just under 2/3 have central air conditioning. Maybe it's quite similar to what Dr. Johnson presented. And then relatively high fraction also change what they wear. And then a smaller fraction, less than 20%, have window air conditioning units or run a whole house fan or use a swamp cooler. We have looked in particular at how many methods people are using for cooling or heating. And so again, here the green bars represent cooling, and the number of methods used are on the x-axis. So the number of households using just one way of cooling is less than 10, but the number using more than one is the remainder of our population, so nearly 50 in this subsample. And we're still collecting data in this study. So we expect the trend may continue, that a large fraction are using multiple methods for cooling. And even those who are using central air conditioning are also using a range of other ways to stay cool. And although we have been primarily using this for insight on how to manage indoor air quality levels that are above guideline levels, one thing I'm highlighting here is that the opportunity to pair those recommendations with existing guidance for managing heat stress, which there are numerous researchers who have provided a lot of great evidence for how to present that information, is something that could be considered for future reports on how the home indoor environmental quality can be better managed. The last study that I want to highlight is one that, again, is ongoing here in Colorado, where we have been conducting measurements of indoor air quality and ventilation in rural and underserved workplaces throughout the state. And we are conducting a large suite of measurements, but the ones that I want to highlight for the purpose of this workshop are thermal conditions in the workplaces that we have worked with. And they are a wide range of workplaces, but many of them function as residences for some of the clientele. So homeless shelters and prisons, elder care facilities, early child care facilities, and religious services facilities. So the types of workplaces that we have been conducting our measurements in both function as a place for people to live, as well as places that people work. And each of the box plots represented on this plot is a different site for which we have 2 weeks of measurement in 5 to 10 different rooms in the facility. And so the temperatures are the median and interquartile range temperatures for that site. And the blue and red dashed lines represent guidance for lower bound and upper bound temperatures for these types of indoor workplaces. You can see that in the case of the site averages, we're not seeing a large number that are exceeding that 78 degrees Fahrenheit. But what I want to highlight is that if we look at this on an hourly distribution and look at the percentage of hours that are where workers are experiencing elevated temperatures, we have observed a fair amount of heterogeneity and maybe something that others here, in later sessions as well as audience members have experienced. Although the majority may be able to operate within relatively normal conditions, so normal here being between 68 and 78 degrees Fahrenheit, the green portion of the bar, there are people working in these workplaces that are experiencing more extreme temperatures during times of day that they are occupying that workplace. And so one thing that we think is important is the ability to highlight and find these extreme cases so that we can bring the mitigation strategies to the people that need it most. And I think that functions then as a useful segue to Dr. Johnson's closing remarks, that as we look to develop even more multidisciplinary and integrated approaches to using the indoor environment to facilitate better health, we really need meaningful collaborations between a wide range of people, including residents and workers, as well as climate scientists and indoor air experts, public health officials, and people who manage the buildings, and that we would be hoping to present new interventions for. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jill for the closing remarks, taking evidence to action.
Thank you. So to wrap up, I just want to highlight the importance of using community-driven framework and hyper-local analyses as important strategies as part of, the multi-pronged approaches that are really needed to address indoor heat. And, one thing that we've found, and I think is demonstrated by others as well, is that feelings of agency and self-efficacy among residents and workers to be able to take action is a really important piece to start moving change at kind of the local or the city level. And these pieces of engaging residents is really critical to then help sort of change some of the policy landscape around these topics. So next slide. And just wanted to highlight one example that came out of this collaborative work with communities was this need for education. And the approach to this is we collaborated with sort of experts in theater to develop kind of role play scenarios for two key workplaces that the community identified. One was like an indoor warehouse worker, and another one was someone kind of working outside selling pupusas. And so with this approach, this really facilitated a lot of collective thinking from the participants around different strategies to take, different places to intervene, both on the immediate effects to recognize symptoms of heat stress or heat exhaustion, as well as how coworkers or bystanders could really address this situation. And through these conversations, really demonstrated an increase in folks feeling that they could intervene or help in these situations, as well as sort of support tools to kind of build a framework around collective action for addressing heat stress. Next slide. And I think as we've really focused on homes, really understanding infrastructure across the community to address heat is really important. So not only the workplaces, but thinking about our healthcare facilities, thinking about our schools, and also thinking about our public transit facilities, because these are also spaces where people spend a lot of time or are really dependent on these resources. And in many cases, they do not have protections to address sort of the increasing amount of heat waves that we're experiencing. Next slide. And just a summary, these are sort of a sample of the recommendations like developed through this collaborative with sort of community and local public officials around some of the needs to really address extreme heats here in LA. And so, effective cooling infrastructure for homes, reliable energy sources were key. Sort of converting some of these cooling centers that already exist into resiliency hubs to really provide more services and more feelings of sort of safety and comfort for the communities, to be able to center Indigenous knowledge and practices in our approach to addressing heat across the city. sort of strengthening protections and safety for workers, both indoor and outdoor workers, and also improving regional coordination among agencies and departments. So then the last slide, I kind of just want to recognize, as was mentioned by Dr. Carter, like this is really a multi-sectoral approach, and we need many partnerships to kind of engage in these conversations around extreme heat. And this is just many of the folks that have participated in these conversations locally. So with that, I want to thank everyone, thank Dr. Carter, and for the opportunity to share some of our work today.
Dr. Carter, Dr. Johnston, thank you very much. Those were excellent opening remarks and keynotes, scene setting for this workshop. And I feel like you two were very well coordinated. It was a perfect team. Thank you so much. I know we're at time. I don't know if there's a potential question of looking at our in-person audience. And oh, the other thing I really need to mention, should mention at the very beginning, those of you who are online attendees, when you register for the event, there's a Slido link. So Slido is a mechanism where you could submit questions, and then we have a staff team monitoring the Slido. If you have questions or comments for any of the speakers throughout the day, please click on the Slido link. And if you have trouble finding it, go to the event page on National Academy's project website. You can scroll down to the bottom and it'll say Slido. You click on that, you just enter your name and you can say, yes, I agree to the conditions. And then you can start Slido. It's a really great mechanism. So I'm just going to glance to see if we do have any Slido stuff. Oh, the other thing I mentioned, yes, thank you. One of our staff team just reminded me. For those who are in person here in the auditorium, we're going to have a handheld mic and a catch box mic, which looks really cool. We were looking at earlier. I think, yeah, Darlene in the back has it. So throughout the day, if you have any questions for you're here in the auditorium, raise your hand. Darlene or someone will get you either the handheld mic or the catch box, and you can ask a question. So maybe if I can share any questions we got online in a chat. Oh, we do have a chat. Okay, let me look. Gotcha. Zoom chat. Let's see. Hold on a second. Okay. Here we go. So yeah, so thank you for the fascinating keynote addresses. Would Professor Carter please detail what is in the home health box, what it monitors, what the actions are in the report, and when the final results of the study will be available?
Sure.
Dr. Carter.
Yeah, I can field that question. Thank you for the question. The home health box, as it's named by Access Sensor Technologies, has been developed in collaboration with faculty at Colorado State University to measure both particles and gas phase pollutants through both real-time and time-integrated sampling. So there are filters for measuring PM10 and PM2.5, and those filter data must, the filters must be collected and then taken back to a lab. So there's a lag time in when those data become available. In our case, we're shipping boxes to participants. When they ship them back to us, then we conduct the analysis usually within a week. So the reports are ready within 1 to 2 weeks of deployment. Sampling takes place over a full week. And during that time, we also have sorbent tubes on board the home health box that can measure, or not measure, sorry, they can collect gas phase compounds that are fairly traditionally measured using TO17, an EPA method for compounds like benzene, toluene, not low molecular weight or not small compounds like formaldehyde. So people are maybe have heard a fair bit about formaldehyde or other related compounds. We also have a sorbent tube that can measure those compounds. So that's through a separate analysis that's also conducted in a lab and therefore has a bit of a lag time. The real-time sensing covers a range of pollutants. What we're reporting on are carbon dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and PM2.5. We have selected those because we have developed guidelines that are consistent with what's also in the literature for reporting back, where we believe we can say what are recommended guideline levels and what actions could be taken. So there are some pollutants that we measure that we don't feel that we have the ability to gather enough information to provide actionable recommendations, and those don't go into the report. The study should be finishing up this summer, and we expect the results to be submitted for publication early fall. I know we're close on time, so I'm happy to field questions offline as well.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Carter. That was great. And yeah, so really quick, in terms of the question about presentations, will be available resources referenced. Yes, we're recording the event. We'll be updating the project website with that. So please stay tuned. We'll communicate to everyone when those are available. And I don't know if we have, I know we're now pressing into our break, but really quick question, maybe the final question here is, what methods did you find most effective for responses to your surveys and data collection? Did you provide incentives to, I guess, collect that data?
Jill, I'll let you comment if you want to throw
Oh, sure. So here we partnered with a lot of community-based organizations, and they really facilitated through their membership. Not only having spaces where we could conduct workshops, but also outreaching to folks that would be interested in participating in studies. And so the issue of extreme heat was of kind of high interest. We had more interest than we had capacity to do all the temperature measurements for this original study. And we did, at the workshops, we provided incentives of a cooling kit that had materials that some of our community advisors sort of selected in terms of a fan and a hat. And then when we did the indoor temperature monitoring and some of those other surveys, we did provide gift cards for all the participants.
I can maybe just to reinforce what Dr. Johnson shared. I think providing the incentives has been generally designed through conversations with communities ahead of time to figure out what the right fit is. And we provided a range of things from gift cards to more material goods. The other thing I just want to echo and think might pervade the rest of the sessions is that on the topic of thermal comfort, people have been a lot more eager to share information. And one hypothesis I have is that it's a much more experiential sharing. Asking people about their activities that relate to chemical contributions to the indoor environment is an indirect route to learn about indoor environmental quality, whereas asking people about how they stay cool when it's hot or how they stay warm when it's cold is something that people seem to both tap into a strong memory or strong knowledge of, as well as a lot of thinking about how they would like that experience to improve if we ask those kinds of questions. I've really found it useful to have the questions that offer many different ways that people stay cool and many different ways that people stay warm if you're interested in more of the cold stress side of things. But yeah, I'll close with that.
Thank you both again, Dr. Carter and Dr. Johnston. Those of you in the room and online, whether it's a real applause or a virtual hands applause, please join me in thanking them. Okay, we're just slightly behind schedule, but that's fine. We'll make up for it. But let's take about a 15-minute break and reconvene, I guess, around 10:23, 10:24 a.m. Eastern Time here at University of Miami. For those of you who are here in the room and auditorium, as you know, there are snacks and coffee and tea and water just outside the door. Please help yourself, and see you for session 2 in roughly 15 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. So we're going to be coming back into session here after the break and after hearing a great set of keynote speakers and comments. And I just want to welcome you back again to this workshop and echo Charles's initial comments, thanking our hosts at the University of Miami, this incredible facility that we have for today, and for all of you for joining us in person and online, and in particular to our panelists who we're going to start hearing from today. So by way of introductions, my name is Apoorva Dave. I'm a senior program officer at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and I will be moderating this session. And the rest of the day, we're going to be having 3 substantive panels, each of which will be organized as a set of initial remarks from our invited experts, who will all come one at a time up to the podium to deliver their remarks, offer their perspectives. And then once they finish trading off, we'll invite all of them up to sit at the table in the front of the room, and we'll have a plenary discussion, a question and answer with, again, folks in the room and online. So if you are in person, we invite you to think of questions as you're hearing these comments, and be ready to raise your hand, and we'll use the catch box to make it fun for everybody to interact with our panelists. If you are online, please feel free to submit questions through our Slido tool, and we will make sure to monitor that online and make sure to include your discussions. And then as a special note to our panelists who are invited experts for the workshop, even if you're not in the panel, you are participating through Zoom, you're in the room, please feel free to raise your hands and engage each other in a back and forth. And the final thing I'll say is to our panelists, once you are sitting up here, please also, we'd like to keep this informal. We'd like this to just be a really informal, generative discussion. So please feel free to engage each other and to press each other with questions. So with that, I wanted to just quickly reflect on what I thought were some incredible opening remarks that really set up the substantive discussions today in a way that we just couldn't have hoped for it to go better. So I just wanted to emphasize that for me, listening to the keynote remarks, I think I got a really clear picture of how the study that was conducted on indoor chemistry maps onto these questions about excessive heat. And in particular, I think some of the ideas that came through the discussion, which set up the sessions that we're going to have for the rest of the day, are this idea that heat is a silent amplifier, that there are compounding and cascading and synergistic effects between heat and indoor chemical exposure, that prevent us from just being able to treat these issues in isolation or separate from each other. In particular, I think a really important and useful conceptual framework is this sources to effects pathway, and this understanding that we are looking at co-exposures from heat and indoor pollutants. They're not independent. As I said, they have compounding effects, and that the heat interacts with, I think, a set of existing vulnerabilities. And personally, I am not an air quality expert. I am work in climate change, national security issues, but in all these realms where people are trying to understand the impacts of heat and climate change on human and societal vulnerabilities or risks to people in society, there has to be this understanding that there's an underlying landscape of vulnerability that the environmental perturbations interact with. And I think that was a really important takeaway from the comments that we received earlier. And then I think finally, this idea that there are challenges, but certainly opportunities as well to design through technological approaches, through behavioral approaches, solutions that can offer co-benefits for both heat and or chemical pollution. So the reason that I'm kind of lingering on these is because the rest of the day is going to be organized into 3 panel discussions that are going to be focusing on those specific aspects. So the first session, the one that we're about to have, is going to be a session that focuses on mapping this idea of the compounding impacts of heat and indoor chemistry, as well as kind of the other existing political, cultural, social, economic, structural vulnerabilities that that help to determine risk in the context of workers that are operating in outdoor and indoor environments in a whole range of different contexts that we're going to hear about from our panelists today. The session after that, after lunch, we'll take a look at some of the community engaged research that is addressing some of these compounding interactions. I think the scientific community increasingly is talking more and more about research that engages and considers the equities of the communities that are affected by the issues that are being researched. And we hear terms like multidisciplinarity, multisectoral. We hear concepts of transdisciplinary, collaborative, co-creating research. And these are somewhat kind of terms of art in the scientific community, and we're kind of expanding people's views of what science can be, how scientific research is conducted. I think we'll find in the conversation that many of us, regardless of whether we come from purely scientific communities or clinical communities or communities that are engaged with people and workers in particular, are all actually thinking about the same things, but maybe talking about them in different ways. And I think one thing that will be interesting about this conversation is kind of arriving at a shared understanding of those issues. So we'll have a session that focuses on the community engaged research. And then the final session for today will be more forward looking, considering kind of the challenges, the needs, and the opportunities for research and investments to address these compounding issues around heat and indoor chemistry and pollution and the experience of workers. Okay. All right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask our speakers to come up one at a time to the podium to deliver their remarks. So we'll start off with Delphine Farmer, who is a professor in the Department of Chemistry at Colorado State University. And she's going to be talking to us about how heat and chemistry work together to enhance indoor air pollution. All right. Thank you, Delphine.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for that introduction. And I agree. The two keynotes we had this morning, actually one keynote, two really incredible speakers working together, was really laid out the science. And so what I want to do is, first off, I'm going to apologize. Being here at a nursing school as a chemist, I've already heard several comments about how chemistry professors have traumatized so many students over the years. So I am going to try and show you how chemistry, first off, is not intractable, but is really important to understand. And I want to do this in terms of thinking about how heat and chemistry work together to enhance indoor air pollution. So I have a photograph on the top here. This is from Denver on a smoggy summer day. And so you can see that heat has increased all of the emissions outdoors. And it is accelerated chemical reactions, the rate, the kinetics.
Sorry,
Yep.
I'm just going to share your screen.
You're going to share the screen. Ah, that sounds important. Yeah. So, well, I'll just as the screen is sharing, I'll just keep telling people about this sort of story of atmospheric chemistry. So we continue to have all this chemistry happening outdoors, and it creates, through a series of chemical reactions, we create outdoor air pollution. And there are really two forms of that. One is in the particulate matter, and the other is in the gas phase. So we can think of that as smog. So the two chemical ingredients, there's particulate matter. That's a conglomeration of different components. And then we have the gases, that's ozone. So the problem is all this outdoor air pollution that impacts people who are outdoors can also then permeate and get indoors. We'll just give a moment. That's all right. First presenter, no worries. All right, so hopefully, yes, this looks like it's working. Now I just need to, yeah, I think I can get this. All right, so all of this outdoor air pollution is going to get indoors. So here's where the chemistry comes in. So high heat, of course, enhances that outdoor air pollution. We're not going to walk through all of the organic and inorganic chemistry that contributes this. More, I want to point out the fact that we get additional emissions from plants, from human sources, from evaporation of solvents, all contributing to these air pollutants. And the problem with these air pollutants is that we know that air pollution directly impacts human health. And I think this is something that is just so central. We've been talking a lot about heat and about people being, there's not just thermal discomfort, there are physiological impacts of high heat. And I think we have some other speakers who will talk about that. But the chemistry in the air pollution are also very impactful. So outdoors, we know that outdoor air pollution, for example, fine particulate matter on the x-axis here, directly and linearly correlates with mortality rates. That's on the y-axis here. So air pollution outdoors will directly impact human health. So when we have heat waves, we're increasing this air pollution, and that's impacting people. As I say, that outdoor air pollution is going to get indoors. So normally we think about indoors as being slightly safer from outdoor air pollution. The levels are generally lower. So when there's a wildfire smoke event in Colorado, we recommend people to go inside and shut all their windows and doors. So that's helpful, but it's not, it's not a complete solution, because of course we're still being exposed to that outdoor air, and that outdoor air is now more polluted because of a heat wave. So ventilation is our biggest tool in the toolbox in terms of cleaning indoor air, but it only works if outdoor air is also clean. So this poses some problems. We can remove particles by filtration. So there are simple tools for that, but gases are very tricky to remove. And most systems don't work well or are very expensive or take a lot of energy. All right, so some outdoor air pollutants can enhance indoor air chemistry, and that can cause additional problems. So this is one of the issues that we discussed very widely in this indoor chemistry report, and that I wanted to just highlight here to spark some conversation. Again, this idea that indoor air is not always the safe haven that we might think of it. So in this case, I'm just showing a very simple example where we have outdoor smog, so ozone, which we know increases with heat waves. And what we've done is we're just going to react this with one of the simple volatile organic compounds that's always present indoors. So if you cut a lemon or a lime, or you use a citrus scented cleaning product or personal care product, you're going to be releasing this molecule, limonene, into the indoor air. The problem with limonene, like many volatile organic compounds we have inside, is that it has two double bonds. So here's where the chemistry comes in. We're not going to walk through this. Don't worry. This is a tiny, tiny corner of the chemical mechanism of ozone oxidation with limonene. This paper actually has about 4 more pages of this organic chemistry reactions. My point is that there is just this simple process of bringing ozone from urban smog indoors has now initiated a huge amount of chemistry, and this changes what we are being exposed to. This has, from my perspective, 3 major effects. First off, this chemistry produces lots of products that can then conglomerate and form particles. So the limonene itself wasn't toxic to you, but the products now form particulate matter, which remember really is. They also form toxic byproducts like formaldehyde, but also some of the other green products in here, a few of them are also really complicated, but potentially quite toxic. We also form new particles, which have very poorly understood health effects. And of course, the other thing is this chemistry happens to produce additional oxidants, so things that behave a bit like ozone but aren't quite the same, so OH radicals. So they initiate even more chemistry. So this is just a simple, from my perspective, example of where we bring ozone, outdoor smog that's enhanced by heat wave, we bring it inside, and now we spur a huge number of chemical reactions. So in order to understand this and its health effects, that means we need to understand the outdoor air pollution. And I think as an atmospheric chemist, we do quite well. But then we need to understand what those organic compounds are inside. And then we need to be able to understand how all of these products work in the indoor environment to impact health. Okay. So Ellison Carter mentioned in her talk this morning that you can have with high heat, we can have partitioning. And so you can think about this very simply. If you put out just even a plate of water inside a hot room, it's going to evaporate. The next day, there will be less water on the plate. The exact same process happens with other volatile chemical products. And here we're talking about workers in this section, and I've been sort of thinking a little bit about the environment those workers are in. So indoor agricultural workers are certainly working in environments with a lot of pesticides. Those pesticides should not be in the gas phase. They are large molecules that are supposed to stay on surfaces, but they don't. And when it gets hot, just like that water evaporating on your plate, those pesticides are going to evaporate into the air. And then the workers will be exposed to more of them. So heat has some effects. There are also issues with things like tobacco smoke, old cigarette smoke. So working in a building where there was cigarette smoke, even if no one is smoking now, those products will volatilize, get into the air. Other chemical products, and then of course cooking and cooking emissions, which provide an environment where a lot of workers are present. All of those emissions, when you sit in a hotter environment, are going to vaporize. They're going to get into the air, and then people in those spaces are going to be exposed to them. So overall, indoor heat can increase chemical processes that enhance indoor chemistry, so more things to react with ozone, but they also are going to enhance our exposure to some of those contaminants. I put this in cartoon form because I don't think we understand these levels well at all. And I think that's a real problem. So it's very hard to predict whether or not, for example, pesticide exposure in indoor agricultural environments is actually a problem. But I think it's something that we have to talk about. Okay, so this is my last slide. I have three thoughts that I just want to have people start considering so we can have a discussion. The first is that, as I note, excessive heat can enable both indoor and outdoor chemistry that will impact indoor air quality and will exacerbate health effects. Ozone and particulate matter are well established to directly influence not just mortality, but cardiorespiratory health, dementia, neurological conditions, etc. So these are very real pollutants that have very real effects. So to quantify and understand those heat effects on indoor air so that we can predict which components are a problem for workers, we need to understand the indoor air during both normal and high heat conditions. And we don't. There are very few measurements. I think the reason a lot of us are so excited about some of the work that Ellison Carter talked about is that there are just so few measurements of just what these compounds are indoors. But I will say we have measurements in homes and schools. We have very few measurements in workplaces. And finally, if all of these components are problems, we need to have evidence-based actions and solutions for them. So with high heat, there is some understanding of how to cool people down, how to provide enough water. I think there's still deep need for more research in that realm. But in terms of indoor air quality and the heat associated problems with that, we don't have good research to provide evidence-based actions. So some activities, cleaning, chemical usage, even ventilation, because that brings in new compounds. I think those may have unintended consequences during high heat. And as I note, for example, agricultural workers in indoor environments are typically using a lot of chemicals that we don't expect to be in the gas phase, but under high heat conditions, I think may well be. So I think we have some deep research needs, but we have enough information to know that there is potentially a very serious problem. So hopefully that spurs some conversations. And I'll hand it back over to Apurva. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Delphine. I'm going to queue up the next set of slides. Let's see if I can do this right this time. Um, okay, tell me if I got this right or not. Oh, I did the right. Sorry. Eric, you have advice for us? Is it this? Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Delphine. That was fantastic. We're going to move to the next speaker. So again, I think Delphine, you pointed out really well the complexity of the chemistry and a lot of the unknowns that we need to address in order to be able to get a better understanding of these issues. What we're going to hear next is two perspectives of kind of the specific context of different communities of workers. And I'm going to turn to Natasha Soli, who's a research associate professor in the Department of Medicine and Public Health Sciences here at the University of Miami. And she will be speaking about how heat exposure in the fire service and the impact of occupational heat stress on firefighter health. Come on up, Natasha. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here to share with you some of the work that we've been doing among our first responders and heat exposure. So to start off, I'm going to give a little bit of background of the work that we've been doing. So our main area of focus is cancer prevention. So I serve as the Deputy Director of the Firefighter Cancer Initiative. We've been funded through the state of Florida since 2015 to really understand the burden of cancer and how to decrease risk for cancer in our first responders. So we support novel translational research, education, and preventative initiatives, and collaboration. And so, I was really excited to see as part of the discussion today about getting community engagement and participation, especially when you're working with occupational groups. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit. Um, you know, like I was saying, so one of our key things is our partnerships. So to really understand the needs of firefighters, we've been having our first responders at the table with us at every step. So from the development of, research ideas to once we actually create the questionnaires and getting their feedback, and then how to disseminate that information. Some of our key partners have been the actual state of Florida, State Fire Marshal's Office, some really key organizations such as the Firefighter Cancer Support Network, the Florida Firefighter Safety and Health Collaborative, and then as well as national and international partners. So the firefighters are unionized. They have a local union, but there's also the International Association of Firefighters, which is the larger organization that is really, the lead of all the locals. And so we work with them very closely to see what their priorities are and how we can address those. The other thing I want to touch on is, in the last decade, we've been able to engage over 22,000 firefighters. And that's not just through research, but through education, through outreach, and through our clinical services. So we currently have 24 active research projects. And I'm going to go into a little bit of how we are organized, because it's not just, one cohort study that we're following firefighters. We have several different aspects, making not only our group as the initiative interdisciplinary internally with scientists, but also interdisciplinary with our community partners. I mentioned a little bit about our clinical services. So that's also a piece of it. I didn't share, I am a nurse by training. We are here at the School of Nursing. I lead our 2 mobile vehicles that go out and provide annual physicals and health assessments on our firefighters. And now I want to give you just a little bit of background on the actual workforce of firefighters. So a lot of people don't realize how many there are, and actually the makeup of our fire service. So we have over 1 million firefighters in the U.S., both career and volunteer. What most people don't realize is over 65% of those are volunteer firefighters. And so with that, you're looking at individuals who are working in more rural areas where you're seeing more wildland fires, more wildland interurban. And that's really specific and really unique because these firefighters are fighting fires that are not just bushes and shrubbery and forestry, but also having to be exposed to homes and things that your structural firefighters are seeing. And the difference with that is how they are protecting themselves. And so, a key here that I think many people don't realize is the makeup of the workforce. And so a lot of times when people think of firefighters, they think ultimately of your structural firefighter, someone who's coming out of a burning building. In the last 10 years, we've really focused on the different subgroups, and it's really critical because each of these subgroups, they have different behaviors, different, PPE or protective equipment that they use, different practices, and then, an overall different risk. So some of those, you have your career paid firefighters, which is what people typically think of a firefighter, from a metropolitan area. With that, you're able to get gear, the top of the line equipment. But then you go to your volunteer firefighters, which we've just learned that a majority of the U.S. is made up of volunteer firefighters. And so these are people who have, 9-to-5 job or another job, and then on the side, they are doing volunteer work as a firefighter. With that poses many other risks. So many times these departments, budgets are low, so they do not have up-to-date equipment or, your typical equipment that a paid firefighter would have, but also their ways of transferring their gear. Because they're not going back to a fire station, they're going back to their home. So their gear, which is covered in carcinogens, and that they just went to a fire, they are now bringing back with them. Also, there's less policies and procedures and someone that is a health and safety officer that's providing them with policies on how to decrease their risk after a fire or during a fire. And then here are just a few other ones. Again, you have your airport firefighters. Why is that different? They use different materials to put out fires because they're fighting jet fumes. Military firefighters are USAR firefighters, who are those who go for urban search and rescue when there is a natural disaster or an event that they need to go to. Our wildland, you can see that picture is actually a great picture to show of our wildland urban interface. They don't wear your typical gear that a firefighter is going into a burning building. And the reason for that is because they're in environments that they are in for 12 to 20 hours at a time. So air packs really do them no good, since the air packs only last for 15 minutes. So you can see they're not wearing anything that's covering their face. And in all these pictures, and to what we're getting to is heat exposure. All of these firefighters are being exposed to high heat exposures. And it's also the way that they are protecting themselves that is putting them at risk, or not protecting themselves, depending on where they are. The other ones down on the bottom, you can see people, probably never think about, that are in high heat situations and also high exposure situations as first responders, but don't serve as your typical structural firefighters. And those include our fire trainers. Those are the ones who are working at live fire training burns on a daily basis, because they're training the upcoming firefighters. And so for many of them, it just seems like an everyday task. So you can see a lot of them won't even wear any gear. So they're in these high heat environments, not being protected. Our fire investigators are going after a fire. So it may not be as hot as during the fire, but they're still there in a closed environment where we have different carcinogenic exposures, off-gassing for up to 72 hours that they're exposed to, and many of them don't wear SCBA or any type of protective equipment. Fire inspectors, our private firefighters, and then our industrial firefighters. So that's just to give you kind of a high level overview of the population that we're looking at, and why certain firefighters have different risk, and again, when we're looking for cancer risk. And so to show you a little bit of how the Firefighter Cancer Initiative, we are broken down into 6 pillars. And, the ones that we'll focus on today is really our environmental exposure sampling and our occupational environmental carcinogen biomonitoring. We have our registry. I lead our cancer screening education and survivorship. That's more of, out there with our clinic and prevention. We have some screening projects, and then we have our leadership where we're doing outreach seminars, and we have a symposium and a summit each year. But really looking at our environmental exposure sampling and our occupational environmental carcinogen biomonitoring is really critical, because we're looking at how the environment impacts our firefighters and impacts their health outcomes, whether it be through the actual exposures of what's off-gassing in a burning building or in their environment, but now also looking at heat and heat exposure and how that may impact their overall health outcomes. And so to give a little bit of background on heat exposure in the fire service, and there really hasn't been a lot of work that has been done in this area. But firefighting activities, as you can imagine, become especially hot, lead to significant increases in the core body temperature and the heart rate. So we see in one study, firefighters' core temperature rose from an average of 99.5 to 101, with heart rates reaching up to 190 beats per minute. And so we know that these physiologic responses, indicate, significant cardiovascular strain, which can increase their risk for heart disease. We also know that heat stress triggers systematic inflammation and alters immune function. And this is really where I'm going to move to and speak to you about a project that we're about to start, because we're looking at that as far as how it could lead to cancer. And so we know that chronic inflammation and immune dysregulation are both consequences of repeated heat stress and are known contributors to carcinogenesis. And so the other thing we see with heat exposure in the fire service is some heat-related illnesses. So we saw in one study that 75% of the firefighters experience symptoms of heat-related illness, whether including dizziness, headaches, nausea, muscle cramps during duty, and 5% reported experiencing these symptoms up to 20 times or more annually. The critical thing here is, despite these numbers, we know that many of the firefighters don't report these as symptoms because the perception is it's just part of the job, and they see that as being very normal. One thing that we've been doing in the last, in our tenure with FCI, is we've created a mobile app called the Personal Exposure Reporting System that allows firefighters to report on the type of event they were at. So, was it a car fire, a building fire, a water emergency? What did they do during that deployment? And then what symptoms did they have afterwards? So really critical for them to actually identify what their symptoms are after being in a fire. The other thing we see with heat exposure in the fire service is hormonal and inflammatory response. So we know that exposure to high temperatures and fire byproducts triggers hormonal changes, including increases in cortisol levels. And we know that these changes, when accompanied by inflammatory responses, reflects the body's stress and adaptation mechanisms to extreme conditions. And so here, before I move on, I want to talk a little bit about a project that we did, and I'm lucky to have in the crowd one of our PhD students, Shruti. So you can see on the top there's a picture, and that's a real life picture that I took of a electrical vehicle fire. So we did an experiment, because this is something that, again, in the partnerships that we have with our firefighters. They're the ones who brought this to us, so we can do all the research, but, they're looking at everyday issues and that they're seeing and bring it to the table and saying, hey, how can we learn more about this and how this exposure is impacting our health? So as many of you know, there's more electrical vehicles throughout the US. And those fires are very different than your typical car fire for several reasons. One, you have lithium ion batteries that if you've ever looked, which I really didn't know until we started doing this, but it really is like a large tray or pan of multiple little batteries. And so with that, it's not like if your car goes on fire, it's one explosion and that's it. With the lithium batteries, because there's hundreds of these, they just pop out at random times in different directions. And so even if you think the fire is out, it can reignite. That's why you hear on the news that certain EV car, they put it out, it went back in the garage, and then it blew up again. So with that, you have our firefighters who are being exposed to these different heavy metals, but then also putting out the fire is much longer. And so we did an experiment with 4 firefighters up in Ocala. We were able to test and looking at their cortisol levels, and we looked at aerosol exposure, but also looking at, because of this high heat, it's a big concern for them because it is really increasing the time that they're at a fire. And so in addition to that, I wanted to talk a little bit about a project that we are starting actually this month, in turn as a response to what we're seeing and really bridging exposure science to cancer prevention. And so we're naming it thermal. And so, the objectives of this study that we're working on is to assess the changes in immune biomarkers following an exposure to a high heat condition during a firefighter training burn. And so with this, we will examine the relationship between physiological indicators of heat stress, such as core body temperature, heart rate, and immune responses. And with this, we aim to advance the understanding of the biological impact of heat exposure and contribute to developing evidence-based interventions for our firefighters in cancer prevention. So looking at the study design, it'll be a prospective cross-sectional design. At baseline, we'll do our typical questionnaire where we ask them questions about their demographics, their health history, their occupational history, and exposures. We will do a collection of blood and saliva with biomarkers. And then we will, during the training exercise, we will expose them to high heat. Again, this will be in a training exercise that they will be going to. We never do any of these type of studies during a real life fire, obviously for safety reasons. And then we will be monitoring their core temperature and a heart rate through wearables, and then record the environmental data, including temperature and humidity that they're in. And then post-exposure, we look right after training, and at 6, 24, and 48 hours, again, doing the same blood and urine samples, or I'm sorry, blood and saliva samples to assess delayed immune response. And then again, follow up with heat stress, symptoms, and exertion. So with that, we look to find our primary outcomes of this project to be changes in immune biomarkers from baseline to each post-exposure time point. Also, the associations between heat stress metrics and immune responses. And our secondary outcomes are looking for predictors of immune response, including demographic factors, baseline fitness levels, and physiological measures recorded during the activity. So, today I know we're sitting on the panel, wanted to share with you some of the work that we've been doing and the work that we are looking to carry out, and how we can answer any of those questions related to heat exposure. So again, thank you for having me.
Great, thank you, Natasha. So, oops. Oh, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else control this. So, we're gonna move to our final speaker, and I want to just coming back to my earlier comments, I think part of the complexity and the diversity, or the complexity and the difficulty that we have in understanding and being able to anticipate health outcomes, rises from not only the complexity of the chemistry, but also the complexity of the human context. And I think we got one perspective from first responders and firefighters. And now we're going to hear from from another expert on I think a very different population that sits in a different societal space. And I think the research and understanding of those experiences is very different. So I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Gerardo Reyes Chavez, who is a leader with the Coalition of Immokalee Workers. And he's going to be talking to us today about how farm workers created the Fair Food Program and built-in protections from heat and other hazards. And we'll hear again from Gerardo in the next session as well. All right.
I must start by apologizing because I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'm going to tell you a little bit of the human experience. I'm a farm worker from the community of Immokalee. We have been fighting for over 3 decades. I got involved 25 years ago because of abuses happening in the fields, wage theft, that brought us to meet some colleagues that work in the fields as well with us that were part of a case of modern day slavery. So the coalition has been fighting to be able to balance, to address the imbalance of power that exists between workers and our employers. Um, when I got involved, I started to work also in watermelons, harvesting watermelons for 14 seasons, 3.5 to 4 months of the year. And while working in the fields, I have seen the impact of heat stress. There was a moment in one of the seasons about 12 years ago where one of my friends, really close friends, someone I consider my brother, who almost died in the fields because of it. He basically was unconscious, unresponsive, except for occasional spasms. We had to actually take our shirts off and cover put water, cold water, on those shirts to cover him while we call the emergency number 911. And fortunately, he came to. He was treated with severe dehydration. And, that was a reminder for us of the need to be able to protect ourselves. For us, in our community, we have seen a lot of situations in which workers have been exposed to pesticides. We have seen situations in which when you are working in the fields, you basically see sometimes tractors passing by next to you. Sometimes workers have comment, and we have seen that too, how the breeze of those chemicals is flying onto the crew of workers. And we have seen families, that when their children were born, they were born without limbs. This is part of the risks that farm workers have to face every day. And that's why the coalition has been organizing to be able to mitigate all of these risks. The hazards, pesticides is one example. We don't know the particulate matter. We won't be talking in scientific terms, but we can tell you that we are on the receiving end of what happens. We suffer the consequences of those exposures, and those things are very painful to go through. So, but why this exposure happens in the first place? Well, for us, it has been a matter of workers not being considered even humans. During the first decade of our organizing efforts, the community of Immokalee was fighting to sit at the table to have dialogue with the growers, to talk about how to eliminate, how to decrease all of these risks. Um, 6 workers went on hunger strike for 30 days, asking for that space at the table. Grower, one of the biggest growers, was asked, why not sit at the table with these workers to talk about, you don't have to give them anything, to concede anything, but don't you think that they have earned at least the right to be heard? The answer of this grower was, I'm going to put it to you this way. A tractor doesn't tell a farmer how to run his farm. So our fight was not just about working conditions and a stagnation of wages that happened since 1978, 40 to 45 cents per a 32-pound bucket of tomatoes. For more than 30 years, it was the same. It wasn't just about wages and working conditions. It was about the recognition of our basic humanity. So in that fight, we realized that we needed to actually find a way to be able to bring the industry to the table and started something that we call the Campaign for Fair Food, where we established legally binding agreements with important buyers of the tomatoes we produce. Now, this industry is based in Florida, but have production up and down the East Coast. Produces during the winter months here in Florida from October to May or June. About 90% of the fresh tomatoes and fresh produce that it's consumed in the northern states in the United States. So it's vital. But workers have always traditionally been forgotten. We have never been considered experts, but we are in our own right experts of the consequences of this kind of exposure. So I'm very thankful to be here, to be able to start learning. All of this is very new to me. And to be honest, I'm a little nervous too. But I truly appreciate the opportunity because the voices of farm workers are rarely heard in academic settings. And that's why this is completely strange in a way, but in a good way. For us, the fight that we started to create a different reality has yielded results. We have right now 14 agreements with some of the largest retail food corporations in this country, including Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King, and several other brands. And I hope it's okay to mention those names here. Through those agreements, we have created something that we call the Fair Food Program. Now, what that means is that corporations that buy tomatoes, in this case, from any participating farm here in Florida and up and down the East Coast have to comply with a list of rights that are included in this booklet. These rights include protections against heat, protections against pesticides, what didn't exist before that place workers' lives at risk. Before, for example, we have seen workers died because of thunderstorms. Now, people don't often in our context think of thunderstorms as something related to climate change, but now we have seen, for example, 3 years, I'm sorry, in 2003, in July, we had the hottest month in about 174 years since there was measurements of temperatures. How do we notice that? Because farm workers become the news. You start to see news of workers dying in different states, in different moments, whenever there are heat waves. And a way to mitigate this through the Fair Food Program, it's the inclusion of protections. And I'm going to talk more about that in our next session. I'm going to have a moment to explain a little bit about what it means to have these type of protections. But the one thing that I want to mention is when I was reading some of the materials, I noticed that one recurring comment was that the source elimination of chemicals, right, of hazards in regards to chemicals is always the preferred method of control is the elimination of the source. Now, what we have been able to do with the Fair Food program is to extract ourselves out of the place where the exposure is happening, something that never happened before. As workers, when you are vulnerable and you are receiving wages that keep you basically working paycheck to paycheck, and sometimes you cannot meet all the needs with what you are earning, that forces you to question your self when thinking about, should I talk to the company about, you know, implementing measures to avoid these kind of dangers while we are doing this job? Because you cannot risk your ability to continue working. If they fire you, then you're going to be in a crisis and your family is going to still need to eat. You need to pay your rent. You need to do all the things that to be able to continue to live. Now, the Fair Food program with these agreements guarantees that no one has to be exposed. The protections include the right to stop working whenever you feel threatened, including if there is an exposure happening because a neighboring farm is spraying chemicals and the wind is blowing them over the crew. You can talk to your supervisor or your crew leader and ask them to take you out of the fields, and they have to do that. Why? Because the power of the market is standing with us in these cases, making sure that we are safe and that business and human rights are connected, are interacting in synergy. That's what makes it possible. And with all of that, we have been able to change the reality. Thousands, more than 30,000 workers are protected right now. This program is expanding to more states. There's currently 11 more states since June of last year that are starting to implement these same protections. And in the next session, I'm going to be talking a little bit about how this process of expansion, it's also helping other workers replicate the protections that the workers of Immokalee crafted, and how these can be applied in so many different contexts. As I was saying at the beginning, we are not scientists, and we will not be probably, because we have a lot to do in our community. But I think that it is important to start to close the gap between the conversations that happen here and the efforts of communities that are suffering the consequences of those exposures. So on my part and on the part of my community, it's an honor for me to be here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Gerardo. So, and thank you to all of our speakers. I'm going to invite Delphine and Natasha to come up to the table, and I'll be joining them and moderating the conversation. I'm seeing questions already from the Slido, and I wanted to invite people in the room also to feel free to raise your hands. We have a teammate here who has a microphone who will walk over to you and allow you to ask questions. And the other thing is that since we started a little bit late and we want to have, I think, a good amount of time for discussion. Originally, we were going to break at 11:45. That gives us about 18 minutes. I think I'm going to suggest that we maybe just go till 12 and keep lunch to 45 minutes so that we can really have a good discussion and hopefully something that we'll see on the later sessions as well. So if there's no violent reaction to that, then we'll take that route. Okay. All right. And we have these table mics, so we're going to see if they just wait towards us. So first of all, thank you all again for your comments. They were amazing. I'm going to use moderator's prerogative and maybe just start the discussion off with a question, and then open it up. And we have some questions again online that I can bring to you. So again, I think my takeaway from the remarks so far has been that the challenges of assessing and understanding and anticipating the complex risks that the compounding effects of heat and indoor chemistry pose to workers requires an understanding of the complexity of those risks, right? And I think there is complexity in the chemistry, the underlying chemistry, and the physical and chemical interactions that produce the exposures themselves. There's also other determinants of that risk, though. So it's not just the chemistry, but it is also, the exposure of the workers themselves, which can be very, very depending on who they are, how they work, what their roles are, and then the levels of vulnerability that they have. And so depending on the levels of protection that they have, the guardrails that are in place in terms of the technologies, but also the behaviors, and also their stations in society, we're all going to play a role in shaping these determinants of risk. And so this session is primarily supposed to be about the community engaged research, the kind of empirical, evidence-based, systematic approaches to be able to assess and understand these risks. And obviously, it's going to set up a discussion later on about, this session is about the worker experience, which will set up a discussion about the community engaged research that is meant to address these risks and then the investments that we need to make in the future. So my question to you then is, from each of your perspectives, what would you say are the greatest needs that are currently kind of being met or not being met to understanding the risks that workers face, or the complex sets of risks and determinants of risks that workers face, as well as the determinants of risk that are based on kind of what we do and don't understand about the chemistry and compounding effects of heat? I hope that was clear.
Well, I would say that for us, there has always been an economic component to it. As I was saying, if you are receiving wages that have been stagnant for decades, then you are going to be less likely to complain in an industry that has traditionally been taking advantage in the form of wage theft, situations of sexual assault, situations of modern day slavery. There's been 11 cases that have been brought to federal court. Many of those cases have involved us going to work undercover, gathering evidence so that these cases can be prosecuted. And within all of that, many times when thinking about situations that have to do with pesticide exposure, with increase in temperatures while working, when we were working, for example, in watermelons, we were breeding all day while loading melons, the group of us of 12, day in and day out. We were basically just breeding all of that for 3.5 months to 4 months. So, and you cannot complain about that because then you won't have a job. So I think that what we need to think about as a solution is to be able to also find ways to connect with the workers that are trying to address all of these issues in a holistic way, and then understand how by doing that, we have an opportunity to also focus on how the exposure to chemicals and the impact of heat can be addressed as well. But the industry needs to do its part. And that's why the engagement of community, but also I think the engagement of academics in trying to raise all of those concerns, but also the recommendations for this industry. With the Fair Food Program, I think we have an opportunity to be able to have conversations in that direction. Outside of it, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, so that's why we are trying to expand this. But overall, I mean, the vulnerabilities of farm workers are well known. The voices of those workers in these settings are needed. And I'm trying to see how we can connect our two worlds. So I hope that if you all see ways in which we might be able to work together, that we can do it, that we take the opportunity, because I think it's vital. There is knowledge in both aisles. The experience of each day by each worker, it's gold in this conversation when coupled with all the knowledge that emerges out of these conversations from the academic setting.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, and I think it's important then if we have these conceptual frameworks for assessing and understanding risk that look at these determinants, it's really important to understand that when we talk increasingly in the science community about transdisciplinary and co-creative research, part of the reason for that is because we don't have a good understanding of some of the important determinants like exposure and vulnerability unless we talk across communities. So before I turn to Delphine and Natasha, there's a Slido question that I think is a good follow-up to the point. So I just want to quickly take a diversion. This is from Terry Cesar on Slido, who's watching on the webinar. And Terry says, your discussion was heartfelt and engaging. Being in Florida, have there been any other retaliatory behaviors towards your organization as a result of your advocacy? Because I think that also is kind of a measure or a determinant of vulnerability itself.
Well, there was resistance for over a decade since we started to try to talk with the retail food representatives that are now part of the program to join. So in that aspect, we have had a lot of voices raising concern about what goes on at the farm level for workers. And that is what has led for us to have the constructive dialogue and eventually the agreements. In the part of the industry, they were not ready to talk with us. That statement of a tractor doesn't tell a farmer how to run his farm, that was pretty much an encapsulation of how we were viewed as human beings. And so they were not ready until we had enough participants from the retail food industry saying, yes, we're going to stand with the workers. And it got to a point in which there was a case of modern day slavery that took place in Immokalee, 2007. Workers were forced to sleep inside a cargo truck. They were literally chained, as to make an example, for not obeying the rules that the bosses wanted them to follow. And they were constantly victimized, being punched, being kicked in the fields. They showed us also in the wrist when they escaped, the marks, the bruises of the chains that they used to tie them up. So for me, and for many of us as workers, it has always been an uphill battle, a huge challenge. But we have been able to overcome it by joining forces with many other communities, with people of conscience. But it took that case to be able to then bring the industry to the table, because there is a zero tolerance policy on the agreements that are signed with the retail food industry for modern day slavery, sexual assault. And as I was saying, this has given us the opportunity to create protections around heat. And I'm going to be sharing a little bit more of what that means in the day-to-day for workers. But there's nothing like it for farm workers in the U.S. And we are extremely proud and extremely hopeful that this can become the norm instead of a rare, beautiful thing. We want for this to expand as wide as possible.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to turn to Natasha next, and then ask Delphine to kind of reflect on what you've been hearing. Because I think what you hear from these two speakers kind of can inform your response about the needs for what we need to understand about the chemistry and the physics. So Natasha, and I also have a follow-up question on Slido for you as well. So I guess from your perspective, again, what do you think are the outstanding needs and challenges and opportunities to understand the experience of firefighters?
Sure, yeah, and to echo what Gerardo is saying is really education and awareness, obviously a different worker group, but for them to understand, and this is something that we struggled with when we started, is them understanding that when they're going to a fire or not even a fire, but any, event that they're called to and they're wearing their gear, that they are being exposed, and it's the re-exposure. And so it really was a cultural shift. So when we started, and this was kind of one of those aha moments when we were sitting down in focus groups and we were asking the firefighters about some of their behaviors of what they were doing for us to kind of, explore and understand what was putting them at risk. One of the things that we learned was that it was a badge of honor to have dirty gear. So you had firefighters that would go 20, 25 years of a career and never wash their coat, never wash their helmet, because that showed that you went to a lot of fires, you were experienced, quote unquote, you were like, a bad firefighter. And so it was, the term was like you were salty. That meant that you were experienced and you were looked upon. And so for us to come in, first learning like, so wait, you never washed, and then you come back and then you wear it again after you're covered in soot. Showering, which again seems like from an outside perspective, what do you mean? You just went into a burning building where you were sweating, covered in dirt, covered in soot, and you didn't take a shower right after. And they said, well, we're probably gonna get another fire in 2 hours or an hour. So like I could probably lay down and take a quick nap, or I could waste that time taking a shower when I'm not gonna get any sleep. So a lot of those things came in play, and changing that culture and educating them on why it's important, why we now call clean as the new badge of honor, showering within the hour, creating these different initiatives for them to do. We also worked with the state fire marshal. So what you can do on scene at a fire is they can brush off and with soap and water with a hose at the scene, clean their gear. And just by doing that with a hose and a brush, they are able to decrease the contaminants by 85%. And so we were able to put all the contents that they would need in one bucket. It's called a green bucket. And we were able to get one over 4,500 green buckets throughout the state. So every fire apparatus in the state of Florida has a green bucket. So they have, and it's very simple. It's, it's just a garden hose that hooks up to the truck, a brush, Dawn dish soap, a bag that they bag their gear in, so it's not off-gassing when they're coming back onto the truck. And it wasn't easy. It's not something, and it's still not easy. There's still departments that are not doing it. And so, knowing that it is a constant teaching, reteaching, and, in the case now with heat exposure, it's something that we've also shared with them about, preparation and hydration, especially living in Florida. And so something to think about, yes, they work 24 on, 48 off, but they really need to be prepared that 24-hour that they're on shift. They don't know if they're going to be running a 10-hour fire. And if they, didn't drink much water the day before, they're really going to be hurting. And so they have to think of their health ahead of time. And, so we talk a lot and educate a lot, not only on the things, that they can't control as being a firefighter, as their exposures, but things that they can control. So preparation, nutrition, eating, sleeping. They don't get much sleep on shift, but when you can sleep, sleep. A lot of times they say, well, I know I'm going to run a lot, so I'll just stay up all night anyways. But it's like sleep when you can sleep, because maybe you won't get a call. So I think there's a lot of that buy-in, and it's always ongoing. It's not something that they said, oh, okay, that sounds great. We're going to all change. So it's constantly ongoing that we're reteaching, and there's new things that we're learning and sharing with them. And, like I shared with the electrical vehicle fires, that's a new topic that comes up. And so how they can change their behaviors, how they know like, oh, this may be a different exposure than we're used to. And that's the other things that have changed over the years. Firefighters maybe 20, 30 years ago, they were fighting fires with more natural products, less flame retardants, which are highly carcinogenic. I mean, anything that burns in any of these buildings, carpets, TVs, they all have these certain chemicals that we know are highly carcinogenic. So polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, polybrominated diphenyl ethers, these are all flame retardants and things that are on all the materials that we have. And so firefighters are being more exposed to those type of things.
Wow, that was That was fantastic. I'm really struck by how I think this is an enduring lesson, and it's not just in this space, it's in other spaces where we talk about the interactions of environmental change or environmental exposure to like human health, right? It's that so much of risk is really just a fact as a matter of kind of human behavior and decision making across scales. And I think you gave us, both of you gave just a really, I mean, I was really struck by the fact that there's such a diversity of roles and types of exposures, roles and behaviors and types of exposures within the firefighter community. And at the individual scale, their decisions and the behaviors around like when to sleep, when to take a shower, how to take care of their gear, it's fascinating. The other thing I wanted to point out was that your note about the electrical vehicle fires also points to kind of the importance of human behavior and decision making as a determinant of risk at like societal scales, because society makes decisions about we need to put flame retardants in households, where we need to decarbonize our economy and shift to electric vehicles, completely changes the exposure and vulnerability and ultimately the risk profile for these communities. And then the same way with farm workers. Okay, so the follow-up question for you could lead into to Delphine's perspective here. So the question on Slido is from Hagos Tesfaye Medin. Sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, but the question is, what are the major chemicals or gases that trigger cancer in firefighters? So I think that longer term impacts of the inflammatory and immunological kind of responses and their ultimate engendering of cancers is, I think, super fascinating. And maybe that gives us a good transition to Delphine.
Yeah, so some of the ones I mentioned, gases, we're looking at pHs, VOCs, all these different things that are off-gassing that we know, off things that are burning, but also diesel exhaust, which so you think of something that they are exposed to all the time just by being in the fire station, not even going to a fire. And that is just turning the trucks on, and that's happening all the time. The other thing is, we're talking about gear, making sure it's stored away from that diesel exhaust. So what happens is we'll go into a fire station and, for ease and, timing of things, they just have their bunker gear on the floor right next to the truck to hop on. But what's happening is every time they run that truck, whether they put their gear on or not, it's getting hit by diesel exhaust, which we know is carcinogenic. So these are, those are the main ones, the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, or volatile organic chemicals, and then diesel exhaust. These are all things that we know are carcinogenic, and that we've seen, increase in their risk for cancer.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So Delphine, having heard all of that and kind of understanding that, the complexity of the risk again arises from so many different patterns of exposure, so many different kind of timescales over which the exposure can happen, and just all of the behaviors and decision making that contribute. What does that tell us about the need to understand like the chemistry and the physics and the interactions?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to start by saying something that I heard from Gerardo really resonated with me, and that's this concept. In atmospheric chemistry and air pollution, we have talked for decades that this idea that if you can't measure it, no one can regulate it. And I think that's true for, terrible behavior on the part of employers. It's also true in terms of air pollution. If you don't know what you're breathing, then nobody can come and tell you that you're breathing something bad. And so I think from a starting position, I think this idea of knowledge and just understanding the condition that workers are in is really the first place we need to start. And so I think it's been really enlightening to hear these different perspectives. And I'll say from a chemistry perspective. So my group we measure particles, and we measure all the different molecules that are in particles, so that particulate matter, and we measure gases. My group has a suite of fancy mass spectrometers where we can go and measure all the individual volatile organic compounds that are in air. And we can't measure all of them, but we can measure a good number of them. So as an example, when we just go into a house, a home, no one's been, no fires, no massive pesticide applications. We still go and we measure thousands of individual compounds, and at extremely high levels. And there is a whole different story about why that is the case. But we measure huge numbers of chemical compounds, and we can compare those to the health effects. So we can figure out that, okay, we know that formaldehyde is dangerous. We know there are strange compounds that come from wood decomposition, or we see remnants of firsthand smoke from someone who smoked cigarettes 6 months ago in the building. We'll still see that chemistry coming out. So we know some of those effects. When we go into, and some of those chemicals, when we go into other environments, we don't know what we're going to see. We have some ideas. We were part of thinking of wildfires. My group was part of a large field study where we actually put our instruments on a plane and we flew into wildfire smoke plumes to see what the chemicals were. And again, thousands, hundreds of chemical compounds, and we could compare the levels of each individual compound to known health effects. And so we could see the number of compounds that were over threshold levels, and it was enormous. And so there's just these huge number of individual compounds that can cause problems. But of course, when we think about what people are breathing, we're not breathing, we can't breathe one molecule at a time, right? I can't say I'll just have the acrolein now and in 5 minutes I'll breathe the ethanol. It doesn't work that way. So we're breathing this complex mixture all the time. And so how that chemical complexity, these thousands of chemical compounds, toxicologists can generally tell us that this one compound has an effect and that other compound has an effect. But once we inhale both of them at the same time, that they may exacerbate each other, they may cancel each other out. It's very poorly understood. So I think pulling back to what do chemists want to know and what do we think we need to talk about, it's first off, what is it that we are breathing? And we really do not have a good idea of that. We can tell you about some simple components like total particulate matter, but what those individual compounds are, we need to understand that so that we can tell you if there is a health effect. But then we also need to understand how those different chemical compounds work together to impact human health. And I think there are ways to do that. You know, there are lab studies, but I think this idea of collaborative field studies is essential, where we can go and work with people to understand health effects and that large scale exposure to all of these many, many different compounds. So to come back to the question, I think in order to know what to regulate, in order to know what to recommend, first off, we need to know what people are breathing and being exposed to. And I don't think we have a good handle on.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Delphine. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes left in the session, and I wanted to give people in the room a chance to ask any questions to the panel. So I see a few hands, and I think I see a hand over here and then a hand up in the middle of the back. And if you would please introduce yourselves when you ask your questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning still. My name is Ira Allah. I am the Climate Resilient Manager with the Clio Institute. And we are looking at scaling the Empowering Resilient Women program, which again takes a lot of what you're saying into the field and spreads that knowledge among the community members so that they know how to become more resilient towards these issues. Thank you all for the incredible work that you all have put in to offer this presentation today. My question is about the breakdown of information. A lot of times, well, we know that this space is for, is an academic space, a scholarly space, and so I understand the presentation format. Do you all have, this is less for Gerardo because you were storytelling, and so that was very easy to connect to. But for the others that are taking a more scientific, scholarly approach, do you offer workshops and just different information sets that are able to break down the information so that the average person understands how they're directly impacted by some of these effects?
Yeah, so I can start off. So we do specific presentations, that's more geared toward firefighters. And we do that in different settings. So it may be something formal that they have a conference through an organ where we learn the most is sitting at the kitchen table at the fire stations. And that's where we've garnered like some of the best ideas of research because they're telling us what their main priorities are and, main concerns are. The other thing we've done, we've created several like one-page PDFs really specific to the cancers that we know are a higher incidence in Florida firefighters, where it gives kind of a nice blurb of what the cancer is, what the risks are, and then how they can be screened for. We also have one on like healthy eating, sleeping, all the different modifiable risk factors. And so one of the things, we have all of these resources and things that we've created and we've sent out to firefighters. And, again, from our firefighter partners, they said, it's great what you're doing. You have a lot to offer, but is there a way you can make it really easy for us, like in the palm of our hand? And so we created an app. It's just called the FCI Firefighter Cancer Initiative. And they're able to go through everything we possibly have, any of our active projects, if they're eligible for any of those, how they could sign up, all of the education pieces we talked about, they can download those, they can take screenshots of them. We've created several videos. As we're talking about the decontamination, a step-by-step process, how they do that. Also an FAQ for that, because of course there's always questions. Well, you say we should do this, but what about, will we get steam burn? So it answers those, but they're very short because we know, if you want to keep someone's attention, keep it short. So like 2-3 minute videos. We also have a really engaging video that we used. What do you call it? It's dye powder, to emulate soot and put it all over a firefighter, and showed that when you don't decon or wash your hands, so even though you don't see it and it's microscopic, how it could spread. And then we had the infrared light, and it showed that everything they touched coming back into the station, whether it was the bed, the coffee, the computer station, and then showed, which is, the most impactful of it, was they played with a soccer ball and tossed it to a child and tossed it back. So at this point, you cannot see the dye. And they think, I'm not touching, you don't even think at that point. And then you did the light and you saw all of the remnants on the child. So really hitting home of showing, what you're bringing. So we do a lot of that education wise. We also have a curriculum. Where we go to the fire station and we work with either the new recruits, but also the incumbent ones to, as I mentioned, it's teaching and reteaching. So we try as best as we can to do the different avenues, for our different audiences.
Yeah, I'll say from a slightly different perspective. So a lot of the work that I've done has been involved in thinking about wildfire smoke and remediation, and approaches to people who have had homes that haven't burned down, but have been smoke impacted. And so we did some studies about what are effective ways to clean houses. And so following things like the LA fires, the terrible fires in Hawaii, those sort of experiences, I've spent a fair amount of time talking to community groups and then writing articles that are designed for people who have no chemistry background to just use evidence-based information so that they can improve and clean their homes in reasonable ways. So those are resources I'm happy to share after.
Thank you, panelists. So I think we have time for one more question, and there's somebody in the back here.
Hello, I'm a PhD student at My name is Shruti Chaudhary. I have a question specifically for Gerardo. So, since the past 2 decades, we have seen the global temperatures increasing, and I know farm workers work literally onto the field. So, how has the high heat or temperature, just the ambient temperature, influenced the use of your pesticides? Do the pests behave differently in this environment, or how are those things changing on the field?
Well, that question, I would not be able to answer to you in regards to the pests. What I do know is that there's a heavy use of chemicals. If you think about the industry that sustain this nation, I think that we can easily see more than 95% of food being produced in conventional ways in companies that have a lot of land. And when you think about the exposure that you suffer as a worker, even when sometimes they take you to a farm that is organic, you are going to be taken to a farm that is full with chemicals in the same day. So the exposure can be constant. Now that we have the program being implemented, I mean, I think that there are alternatives that could be explored in regards to the chemicals, the trying to expand the production of organics. That's not on us, that's the industry, that's the market, that's the consumers asking the industry. We see that, I mean, they do control it, but then they have to include new chemicals because the pests are evolving also. So I don't know specifically how much. That would have to be a question for the farm managers. As a worker, I would say, you know, there's the need to explore ways to protect the crops that are not as harmful for workers. And in the meantime, I mean, with the protections we have, we are able to, you know, extract ourselves from the exposure, something that never happened before because of those agreements. We don't have to risk our lives in that form as much, but we're still constantly exposed. So that's just a reality of food production today. I think that we all as a society should, you know, try to show the industry a different way if that's something that we can come up with good suggestions on how to maintain productivity, be still a good business for companies, but they would have to hear that from the academics, but also if consumers decide that they prefer to consume more organic, then that's going to have a direct impact on the use or the stopping of using of chemicals that are a danger to everyone.
Yeah, I want to tell a quick story about pesticides. So quite a few years ago, I had a graduate student and we were curious about pesticide application. And so we did an experiment where we rolled out our mass spectrometers that can measure real time. You know, every second we get a measurement of pesticide in the air. And at our university, the facilities folks came and they applied all these pesticides on the grass. And so while the pesticide application was happening, it's mostly sprayed, so it's all droplets. We measured pesticide levels, but they weren't enormous in the air. And so this was in the morning, and then we left our mass specs running. So as soon as they stopped spraying, all the workers took off their PPE. At the same time, it got warmer. And so all the levels we saw in the gas phase actually started to go up. And over the course of the next few hours, as the pesticide that had been applied started to evaporate, we could see some quite high levels of pesticides that then people walking around post-application who would have thought there was no exposure, we saw that happening. And so there's obviously two sides. You know, the heaviest exposure would be the workers who are actively applying because all of those droplets are getting on their clothes and they're, you know, ingesting and inhaling those. But I give this story also to make the comment that just because this isn't actively happening doesn't mean that the exposure is not continuing to happen. And that's why cleaning the firefighter clothing after the fires is so important, because the gases are just going to keep on volatilizing after the fire and people will now be inhaling it. So I just want to make the point that the exposure to workers is not just during the active time period. It's in the post-event, right? It's afterwards. And I think that's something that's chemically really important to think about.
Great. Well, thank you for those questions, and thank you to our panelists for an amazing discussion. We're going to take a break for lunch here, but I just want to remind the audience we are going to hear from Gerardo again in the next session. Since Delphine and Natasha, you're in the room, would love to just keep you involved in the discussion. Feel free to stand up and shout and press the panelists in the remaining sessions. And then for everybody who's online, we will convene back at I think 12:45. And for folks in the room, there is lunch outside and we welcome you all to join us. So please also join me in thanking the panelists. This was a great discussion.
from lunch. Thank you for coming back. All right, this is session 3. It's interdisciplinary community engaged research. And, you know, one of the recommendations of this report is that we need researchers, practitioners, should include environmental justice communities to study indoor air quality and also heat. It's important to engage these communities. So this panel will have 3 people who are engaged with communities because communities can help us formulate research strategies and priorities. And we also need to study these things under realistic conditions. So the first presenter will be Dr. Robbie Parks, who comes to us from Columbia University, which I just think that needs a round of applause that you are here today. When we started researching who could be a panel, I came across his work and I thought, oh man, he would be such an amazing speaker. So thank you so much for agreeing. And the floor is yours.
Sure. That's another slide, but I could try and present these ones. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Hold on. Technical difficulties.
No worries. I assume the applause was because Columbia's going through a tough time, but it's not that it's far away. But yeah, I didn't foresee 2025 having Columbia and Harvard as the plucky underdogs trying to save university system. But there you are. So thank you for your kind welcome, and it's lovely to be here in this wonderful city. So yeah, as the session is really about community participatory research, I do a lot of different things, but this particular focus will be on a project really about indoor heat. So I just wanted to introduce that. And it's really called heat exposure and temperature equity. So this is based in New York City, where I am based. And really in terms of the background for heat stress, of course, low-income individuals, older adults and minoritized groups, they experience cooling hardship, and that comes from both the material of the house, from the way that people have access to cooling, and in fact, the price of electricity. That is sort of one of the really huge mitigating factors to actually being able to stay cool, even if one has an air conditioning unit or an HVAC or something like that. And New York City's unusual in many different respects, but one of the things it has is because historically it gets very cold relative to some other parts of the country that have more temperature laws. And so indoor temperature laws, not below 68 Fahrenheit, or around 20 degrees centigrade, but there's no maximal temperature law. And so in terms of the happening on the screen, but okay. I think it's okay. So lots of different ways we're trying to recruit. You can see that in Northern Manhattan, Washington Heights, is primarily, in many ways, primarily Spanish speaking. And so we tried to recruit. It was actually a challenge to try and find the right kind of people who could communicate both in the language, but just in terms of the community. And, Columbia's always had, not the easiest relationship with the local community. And so that should be noted. Universities sometimes don't. But nevertheless, we got a good catchment. And you could see an example of the sensor here where, we had two of these, one in the bedroom and one in the front room. And we actually analyzed for over a year now. So we're just collecting the sensors. And so they collected humidity, temperature, and we got about 30. So this was who we ended up with. Those red dots you could see largely in Northern Manhattan, South Bronx, a couple of other controls in Brooklyn. But it was actually, quite challenging to try and recruit, even though we were paying. And so that's one of the challenges is actually, how much do you pay? How much do you, reward people for their investment and their time? And how a lot of people are also interested in their data and how to correctly package the data so that they could use it. Because a lot of them were interested in using the data to try and, there's 311 system in New York where if there's violations for minimal temperature, you try to you call 311 and complain. But there's a very specific format you need those temperatures in. And likewise for maximal temperatures. So this is just an example of one of the temperature sensors. As I said, we sort of started in January, February 24 and ended. This one ends in the summer, but we actually were collecting for over a year. And one of the interesting things I think, for example, you can see here is that temperature is actually pretty well regulated. And I think that's largely to do with whether you have AC or not, right? One of the things that isn't well regulated, and I think most people certainly weren't appreciating this fact, was the relative humidity. Relative humidity is not very well controlled. And I think, one of the things that people were very interested to learn about is that you can use air conditioning to control the dry temperature, but the humid heat stress, which really is one of the driving factors between trying to be able to compensate heat stress away from your, or heat away from your body by evapotranspiration, that is sort of something which I think will play into the discomfort people will continue to feel in the temperature during the summer. Similar in blue, you can see that variation there. And so this is an ongoing project, but I just wanted to show some results. So we'll be processing the results this summer. We also asked energy and security survey in English and Spanish. And so a lot of these sort of participants had a high proportion of their salary and their income used for energy relative to the population. So very energy insecure community in general. And so that would play in. We wanted to understand how that played in both to the temperature of their environment indoors, but also, whether they differentially would keep their bedrooms and front rooms cool at different times or in different ways, because of course mental health impacts related to your sleep would be differentially impacted from your physical health, maybe during the day and during the night. And then coping strategies we also asked about. And then we asked some preliminary questions about oxygen machines, whether their sorts of devices were disrupted. We didn't really ask about power outages because it's still relatively rare in New York, though it does happen. But we wanted to know about their health and well-being and their mental health too. And so, we're at the end of the process now. So we've collected all the sensors and now we're just processing the data this summer for the 30-ish participants. Key learnings, I guess IRB's one of the things that was a key sort of learning process was how long that takes. I think most of us know about that. And I think one of the learnings that we had, and be curious to see what other people used, was that the temperature sensors were not live. So we had to go collect the sensors and bring them back. There are other newer sensors that we could have used, but participants didn't necessarily want remote access by the researchers like us. So that was a factor that I think was important to understand from their perspective. And all the participants were super interested in what the data was saying, and we're emailing constantly and interfacing with them constantly by text about how they can use the data. So I think that's really encouraging from our perspective, and we've learned a lot from the participants in this case. So yeah, so that's just the team, and yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
All right, so next up is Gillian Middlestead. She's the director of the Tribal Healthy Homes Network, but she's also a committee member of the committee that issued this report on why indoor chemistry matters. So she really is an expert. So the floor is yours.
I have a lot of slides and I talk fast, but most of the slides are photos. So I have some notes here. So I just was rapidly taking notes this morning, and I don't know, can you guys hear me without the mic? Want me to wait?
No, you can talk.
I'm going to literally use this time. So Delphine said this morning when she was talking, she said, if you can't measure it, you can't regulate it. And I would add to that by saying that if you can't see it, if you can't smell it, if you can't make a correlation between its existence and the adverse health outcomes you're experiencing, then you're not going to necessarily take any action to mitigate your personal exposure, right? So part of our work when I talk about community engaged research is working with individuals in a home that is compromised, substandard, has deficiencies, and trying to engage. And I know you're not supposed to say words like empower anymore, but I'll still use the word empower, because we also know that of the many people going out and working in homes, there's a very small proportion of homes that will ever actually have an asthma home visit, a community health worker, a weatherization service, right? So the vast majority of the people we're concerned about for discussions like this will never have an individual visitor home assessment. So we have to create partnerships with them. I work for tribes, with tribes, so I'm going to talk about tribal, but some of our work is also in rural, cold climate, and overburdened communities. And I'm going to try to focus on just three considerations. And just briefly as background, I've worked for almost 30 years for a tribe itself north of Seattle called the Tulalip Tribes, and I've run their air and indoor environments program. So I work on the ground with a community who I dearly appreciate and feel honored to work with and for. But we also work, Tribal Healthy Homes is funded by Region 10. So we work with tribes extensively through Alaska, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and nationally because we're such a small pool of what we do. Our focus is on our version of community engaged research is listening, focus groups, discussions, going out into the field, right? So we're sort of hand in glove, ideally, with people who are trying to implement evidence-based practices. But a lot of what we do is help them tailor them for their geographic and their cultural and their bureaucratic. Is there enough staff? Is there enough funding? Usually the answer to both of those is no. So the idea that the evidence is there is a great start, but implementation has so many other barriers, and that's another topic. So I'm not going to go into this really quickly, but just to say that one of our missions is to focus on this occupant behavior role. And you could argue that any of these are, but I would even put it, it kind of looks like a molecule in the middle. The behavior is kind of the cog. If you open the window, turn on the fan, change the filter, wear a mask, any of those things are so critical, not to the chemical processes, but to your exposure, right? They do dial your exposure up and down. So I'm just going to go through some pictures really quickly first, because this is the heart and soul of what we do. This is Lucas Bear, Spokane Tribe. We have two kinds of toolkits we do, and they just go right to that whole thing. If you can't measure something, how do you know it exists? This is what's called our Smoke Matters Toolkit. And it's designed to create, you've heard of like a clean room. I'm from the West Coast, so wildfires are prevalent, right? We call it a smoke safe room, but essentially it's to seal off a room. If your AQI is in the purple for 3 or 4 days in a row, or even a week or two or more in some of these hard hit Western states, and tribes get blasted, some of them in the more rural areas. So these are to create one room in your house that's mitigated. So there's tools for that. So I just want to share, this is our version of community engaged research, is literally just being there, either training staff, training residents, doing distribution. This was post-COVID. And one of my colleagues, both Eileen and Kieran, hopefully are watching today. And Eileen did a lot of work in, of course, remote Alaska Native villages. And so our toolkits have even made it on a sled and then up into, I can't remember, that's not, yeah, I'm trying to remember which community. But so our version again is when we do community engaged research, it sort of is driven by what the community asks us to do, what we're able to provide. And then we usually come away with, oh, we need more funding, we need more partnerships. Now I'm just going to show a bunch of pictures of what does some of these homes look like, because that's going to lead to my next point. So here's some just photos. This is one of many hundreds of thousands of FEMA trailers, right? And I think at the last session when we did a dissemination workshop, talked about, there's absolutely no natural substance or material or mechanical ventilation in a FEMA trailer. They're not prevalent, but they do exist. They are used, mobile and modular homes. So your chemical interactions and heat are going to be an entirely different experience in this, especially when, which is why I talked about this before, someone actually put a wood stove in their trailer because they needed better, more radiant heat that they valued and wanted to have. But of course, it essentially cooked the entire inside, and the formaldehyde levels were off the chart, and they were experiencing flu-like symptoms. This is one of the rural Alaska communities. They're all elevated because of the permafrost, but the permafrost is actually melting. And these photos just give you an idea. This is a brand new home. I think this is at Nez Perce. Looks fantastic. But the underlying message here is you can see generally the rural nature and the limited funding. These are not 4-bedroom, with studies and dens. I think that might be Pine Ridge. This is one of the Alaska Native villages in the winter. Give you an idea what the local transportation is. Actually, people use sleds, not dog sleds, but this is another new housing development. And then I want to show you at the Tulalip Tribes. This is their administrative building. It's LEED, silver, or gold. Spectacular ventilation and HVAC systems. This is a tribe that has economic success in part because it's near a major interstate, so it has funds to do something like this. But that doesn't mean there's enough money for all the offices and buildings to be prepared for heat or anything else, because this is also the inside of a home half a mile from there. So you have an entire legacy of HUD-funded, underfunded homes that have deterioration, rot, as you can see, extensive mold. So the idea that you can do something really well, build green, build to code, is fantastic at setting the bar, but we have hundreds of thousands of people who are still living in conditions like this. I've shared the story. This is a 120-year-old Bureau of Indian Affairs building. It's where I got sick and everybody got sick in the building, and it was condemned. But this is now the community health building for the Tulalip Tribes. It's been completely remediated, but we had a variety of contaminants and a lot of illness in the building. But that, to give you an idea, as far as workplaces, and we're talking about workers, there's no HVAC system in that. And none of the photos you saw, right? A lot of the tribal and rural communities are sort of what you call low on the energy ladder. They don't have access to natural gas, so they pay a lot for electricity. They rely on wood heat. Number 2, fuel oil, which also has a major economic impact. This is the inside of one of those houses. This is me about 8 years ago. And I was bringing in instruments, and it was just like, oh, I felt so bad. Because it's like, why am I measuring here when the home needed so many radical mitigations, right? You can see there's rot coming right through, and you can see it on the windowsill, and that's actually from condensation. So some of the homes can look like that too. All right, so the main 3 things now I'm just going to quickly leave you with is, if you are someone who's doing community engaged research, and if you're working with, again, rural tribal nations, cold climate communities, three really important distinctions. And I'll go through each of these now. The first one, of course, is that there are critical differences. There are indoor air characteristics that are very distinct from single family homes or even multifamily, where a lot of, I would say the vast majority of research on indoor air quality, indoor air chemistry, heat take place in a certain cohort of buildings and units. In these communities, it can look very different. What are some of those characteristics that are different? Well, aging or deteriorating structure. I showed a few pictures of that. Buildings can be 30 to 50 years ago, and even when they were built, there may have not have been code, and they didn't have enough capital to do sufficient systems. There's signs of deferred maintenance, roofs, insulation, mechanical systems. When you have a wait list of like 10 elders and 40 individuals who all want a home, and they've been waiting on that list for 5 years, as a housing director, you have a really difficult decision. You need to probably build more units and spend a little less on mitigation. So there's these difficult choices they have to make. There's tribal offices that often operate in trailers or modular buildings. And I showed you the picture of the one just a moment ago. Of course, also key to indoor air quality and chemistry is that there's usually few or if any HVAC systems and therefore limited air exchange and air filtration. So if you don't have an HVAC system, you're less likely to have air filtration. If you don't have adequate air exchange, you're more likely to develop mold and respiratory risks. So I'll go into that a little bit more. And then the building envelope and the systems in that building itself is, we often see, we'll take one of the little infrared seat cameras. You can even attach it to your iPhone now, and you can see temperature differentials between the walls. So you can see where insulation has slid down or deteriorated, or where insulation was missing entirely. So you get that, and then heat absorbing materials, and compounded by inadequate air exchange, all of a sudden you have the inability for a home to have thermal comfort. It's going to be too cold in the winter and too hot in the summer. We also have overcrowding. I talked about those wait lists. That, increases the indoor temperatures. And, we know that higher heat-related death rates are more likely, I thought this was interesting, to occur in densely populated households. Is that causation or disassociation? Probably the latter, but it is interesting to explore. I just wanted to share some of the things. I shared this back in the fall when we did a workshop, is that some of the implications for indoor air quality of higher occupancy. Some of my colleagues and members of Alaska Native communities might have 7 to 10 people living in 900 square feet. That is not uncommon. Multi-generational households, which is a blessing, but it also has indoor air quality implications. So you're going to have higher humidity and temperatures. You're going to have more cooking if you have more mouths to feed, more showering and bathing. So now you have higher relative humidity and more moisture in the air. You have more human bioeffluents, more personal care products used, more infectious disease transmission. So, oops, I meant to go back. Well, we're just jumping ahead. Am I going forward? I am. All right, well, I'm probably, oh, I'm still going back. All right, let's try this. Oh, it doesn't, I think I'm gonna need a little tech assistance. Can I just scroll? Oops. Okay. I always knew there was someone controlling things up above, and now you've proved it. Okay. I just wanted to, the end of this was just to note that National American Indian Housing Council is the key body, and they estimate that at least 68,000 new housing units plus rehab is needed, and that's probably an undercount. At any rate, so next slide, or I probably can take the controls now too. So many metaphors there. All right, so second consideration before I wrap up is all of the characteristics and factors I just described did not happen spontaneously. They happened because historic land use, housing, and energy policies, among other factors. But I do want to just briefly, because we don't have a lot of time, but federal housing policy, of course, is that by and large, in communities of color, in Indian reservations across the country, you see that there's historic disinvestment in housing and in the infrastructure and the materials that were used, including the mechanical systems. So that leads us to that place of the condition of the homes now. Federal energy policy has left us at a point where you have grid instability. So in some tribal, rural, and cold climate communities, your electricity either may be too expensive, it may be inconsistent, it may be a factor in why or why not you use heat, or if you have air conditioning. And then, of course, local land use policy. We know the redlining story and legacy, mostly at the local level, by choosing to redline and create these urban areas where the lowest income households live. They now have greater proximity to those urban, they are in those urban heat islands, in addition to having proximity freeways where you have mobile emissions and ozone created. In rural tribal communities, you might also be at that wildland urban interface. So you're closer to the consistent stream of wildfires that happen. So this is just context too, to keep this as in mind when you're thinking about working with these communities is we didn't get here without these things happening. And then finally, I just want to say, there's a massive data gap. There's largely unexplored phenomena. So when I worked on the committee, I'm not a chemist, I'm not a physicist, I'm a public health practitioner and an air quality professional. But the thing that stood out to me was that the vast majority of the research took place in either single family or multifamily home, right? And it didn't have as many of these absolutely essential characteristics that do change how heat and chemistry occur. We had a lovely grant called Climate Vulnerability Assessment Tool. I think Kieran is listening today. He was the lead for that. Well, it was a former IRA grant initiative. So I say, may she rest in peace, because she is gone as of March 26th. We got a termination letter. The goal, though, was to create an instrument that enabled housing directors and community leaders to say, of our 500 homes, which should we assess first? We're going to remediate all of them and get them ready for climate, but which ones have evidence that indicates they're going to be the leakiest for smoke and heat, ozone infiltration, everything else. But here's the key message that I'm just going to close with, is that our Oregon State University is one of our research partners on this. Between Kiernan and OSU, they were looking at literature to see who has studied this particular traits, which is what are the building characteristics, what are the occupant behaviors that are associated with higher infiltration of smoke or ambient pollutants. Kiernan found 25 studies, 52 variables. He'll be sharing this later. But here's the key takeaway. So in the United States, these are the main papers. So 2, and actually happen to be part of the same study, involve low-income homes. Out of, I don't know, what is there, 12 studies. But again, in Canada, any of the research there, low-income homes not included. In China, a lot of great research comes out of there, no low-income focus. So the point is, we don't really understand when it comes to heat. We have hypotheses of we know what's happening chemically, not what's happening. We know what's likely happening. But we don't know when you have 8 people instead of 2, and you have no HVAC system, and you have no air filtration, and you have 5 people bathing, like what's going on there chemically, right? How much more exposure? So I'll just wrap up by saying a few positive things that could be done to mitigate heat and IQ. And you can do this at residential, office, school, or community, of course. Passive cooling is always a viable land use strategy around and even with the roofs. Weatherization is a critical and a low-lying fruit to do. Green infrastructure can help with cooling. Energy assistance, the LIHEAT program. I was literally this morning, we're working on putting in hundreds of ductless mini split heat pumps at Tulalip. And they're now even coming down to window units, which are lower cost, less intrusive. You don't need a certified electrician to come install it. Sensors are critical also because, again, helping people measure what's going on in their home. And then resident occupant knowledge, like I started out at the beginning, I think is one of the most important things, especially for people to understand the biological and physiological effects of heat. So that's it. There's my contact information. So, okay.
All right. Next up is Gerardo Reyes Chavez, who we've heard from earlier today. And we get the pleasure to hear him again with Giselle Ramirez. They both will be presenting to us.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm gonna start by sharing a little bit about, how we got to implement all the changes due to the agreements that we signed, first with the buyers and then with the agricultural industry in Florida, which is huge. Companies that have, as I was saying, production up and down the East Coast in several states. Um, and I'm going to invite, after I describe a little bit about this, how all of this works and why it works, um, I'm going to invite my colleague Giselle to talk a little bit about how people can keep in touch if you want to collaborate with us in any form, and the importance, to highlight the importance of those collaborations, because none of these was built by us alone. I mean, in fact, if it was just us asking for protections against heat, it would probably have never wouldn't have happened, and we would still be talking about abuses and vulnerabilities, and not about opportunities to be able to expand the changes that we are seeing today. So the Fair Food Program started to be implemented in 2010. So at that point, we have, I think, 10 agreements, 9 or 10. We worked around that number. And we started that conversation with some of the growers. First came Pacific Tomato Growers, then came Lipman, another important producer, and then came the Florida Tomato Growers Exchange, which represents 90% of these tomato companies based in Florida, which was incredible. So the majority of companies started to implement this in 2011. But I want to highlight the importance of this collaboration that we started with the first growers that came on board on a working group. So we would have regular conversations with them to talk about all the provisions that were included in the guiding document, which is huge and is an organic document that is growing. And in this we were trying to fine tune everything that needed in the form of a pilot program for the first year, 2010 to 2011. And in 2011, we were ready to then expand it and implement it in the whole Florida Tomato Growers Exchange membership. So through that, we were able to implement since the beginning the rights that have to do with protecting workers, the right to stop working whenever any worker feels threatened for their health and safety, especially in regards to heat exposure. So shading the fields was included as part of the Fair Food Program. That shade doesn't exist by law, but it does exist as part of the legally binding agreements that we have. And it's a requirement if you want to be part of the Fair Food Program. You have to provide shade, but more important or equally important is the protection for workers to be able to use it whenever they need it. So if you feel ill because of that, then you have the right to stop working without suffering the consequence of being fired, like in the past. In the past, if you talk about any problem, and that's what limited people from speaking about pesticide exposure or any other risk while working in the fields, you would be fired right away. So you cannot afford to lose your job, because that means losing the ability to feed your kids. And when that happens, then you have to ask yourself the question, do I try to protect my health knowing that I'm going to go hungry with my kids? Or do I, um, you know, or do I, sorry, when you have these vulnerabilities, you're poor. You have to ask yourself if you have to choose basically. Both things are not available. It's either or. And that's what the Fair Food Program changes. That's the balance of power that was needed. So today, workers have this shade in the fields, they have fresh water, and they have the ability to stop working in front of anything that threatens their health and their safety. So when it comes to heat, as I was saying, the shade in the fields was included at the very beginning. The program has been implemented since 2011 in most companies. And since then, the conversation within the working group in this collaborative effort has led us to talk about the changing climate and how that has an impact on the workforce, how workers are feeling, and the incidents that have to do with heat stress. So in order to protect the workforce, the companies participating in the program and us have had conversations that actually incorporate some of the scientific findings regarding, for example, the use of electrolytes as a way to be able to prevent the illness of the kidney that happen over time. And as workers, I mean, we suffer that. We think of it as like something that only damages, only impacts you in the moment. We don't think about that in long term. But when we had that opportunity to have that conversation, electrolytes were included. Now they are something that needs to be provided in every participating farm. So that's a way in which the collaboration has led on to crafting what the latest version of the program is. This starts with a process of education. In this process, we distribute this booklet. So the guiding document that we use with the growers is huge. This is the way in which we translate it into a more digestible piece of information so that we can conduct a session of education, worker to worker, paid by the company so that they can hear about everything that's contained here in regards to modern day slavery, sexual harassment, discrimination, violence, all of those things that are now being stopped. We have been able to prevent some of the worst abuses from happening, and in the collaboration include all of these provisions where you have the information about what symptoms to pay attention to, when to call 911, what to do. The companies have agreed to do their part in making sure that workers know that they have to report whenever something like that happens, and that there's a plan within every farm to respond as quickly as possible whenever there is a problem that has to do with heat, so nobody has to risk their lives. This is something that has been expanding. Since last year, it expanded to 11 new states. Since 2011, or in 2011, it was just Florida. Then it expanded to other 9 states through the power of the market. After that, this last year, it expanded to 11 new states. So now the program is being implemented in many other places across the country. But not only that, it has also been replicated in other industries, like the production of milk in Vermont through a collaboration with Migrant Justice. In that setting, the program was adapted to their context to address all the abuses. And obviously, that's a different type of conversation when it comes to chemical exposure and all of that. So I'm excited, to let you know all of these connections so that there might be a way in which we can collaborate in the future with us, with them. In construction, there is an organization called Setul in Minnesota. They are implementing something that they call Building with Dignity and Respect. That's the name of the program. They have established agreements with some nonprofit companies that are builders, important builders that want to also do the same, adapt the provisions, the mechanisms that work for us in our context to their context. And it's something that is also expanding to Vermont. Here nearby, there's We Count, an organization that is trying to protect workers in the nurseries. And they have been able to organize around these, to collect all the data, to talk to the workers and craft the list of rights that they consider important. And one of the most important to them is protections against heat. They are very hopeful that they will be able to implement them across the globe. In Chile, the production of salmon, which is the second most important for the Chilean economy, workers there have been reaching out to us. We have had several exchanges, and we are pursuing the same goal, to be able to replicate in a worker-driven social responsibility model, which is how it's called when it is replicated in other sectors in their industry, also in agriculture over there in a smaller scale. In Scotland, the fishing industry, they are very interested in protecting workers that go out to sea for months at a time, to adapt all of these provisions and protections to their context. In India, we're exploring the expansion of these protections in the production of sugar, which represents about 40% of the global consumption of sugar. So the world is paying attention to what's going on in our little town of Immokalee. We're thrilled for this opportunity, and we know that this is just the beginning. So I thank you for inviting us, and now I'm going to pass it on to my colleague Giselle to talk a little bit about why this is why the collaboration with other communities, but especially with universities, is so crucial in all of this that we have just described.
So hello, everyone. My name is Giselle Ramirez. Sorry.
No baja.
Is that okay? Okay. I'm on my tiptoes. So hello, everyone. My name is Giselle Ramirez. I am the national coordinator for the Campaign for Fair Food and also the community coordinator. And today, I've been hearing a lot of conversation about science, research, and also chemistry. But at CIW, we also have our own mathematical equation. It is C plus C equals C, which stands for consciousness plus commitment equals change. And that has been true throughout our history, where we've collaborated very closely with universities, one of them being the University of Miami, which we have historic connections with, different people of different faith denominations, so congregations, churches have supported us, and also community organizations. And through allyship and collaboration with these different groups, we have been able to reach these corporations and get them to sign on to the Fair Food Program. And our fight still continues, our work still continues. We spent all of this past spring here in the University of Miami and other universities in Miami, visiting classrooms and speaking about the work that we do and how people get involved. And as Gerardo mentioned, we're right now in a time of expansion, where there's lots of different worker groups interested in adopting a version of the Fair Food Program into their context to protect their workers. But within the agricultural industry in the United States, there still exists a lot of exploitations. Cases of modern day slavery is the most recent one, still being indicted right now in the courts in Georgia. And so if you're interested in getting involved or want more information, I am around to share that with you all. And thank you again for having us here. I guess we can invite our panelists to the table and we can start our conversation. A great conversation. And to push this, right? Yeah, here we go. This was a great conversation. You know, my research has always been community engaged research, but once I started getting out of my bubble, I realized that there's a lot of research that is not community engaged, which kind of blew my mind. And so here we have someone who's very well established doing community engaged work. And then we have Ravi, who is an early career investigator who's starting to do that. And I'd like to know what, for this, because I'm always thinking about students and early career investigators, like how do you get involved with communities? And how do you keep that relationship going? So we'll start with you.
Just with respect to tribes, I would never speak for them. So, but I would say that ask them those questions. What's the appropriate rate to work with you? Who should I contact? How should I ask them to set the tone? They are a sovereign nation. The federal government has a trust responsibility. So I know that's a vague answer, but that's the most important thing first, is to honor their status. But there are tribes that I work with who have longstanding relationships with academia, and the more those people are on the ground, do it. So the other thing is show up, be there in person, and have it be applied so that the outcomes of the research are something that community can use and translate. So that's my observation.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's the short answer is there's no shortcut, and I think yeah, there in New York City there are many community-based groups that have been there for many decades, and of course that's one sort of entry to sort of meet communities where they're at. But I think in terms of gaining the trust, especially from a university like mine, which has in some ways been destroying the community around the university purposefully, historically, I think being upfront about that, and then also saying, that's happened and that's not something that we want to continue, and acknowledging that, I think is a huge part of it. And I agree with Julian that it's, showing up is the first thing that you can do. If you just assume that it's going to happen by sort of just emailing someone, you just have to sort of meet people where they're at, be prepared to be flexible, visit people. Maybe they're only free on evenings and weekends or they're not free on weekends. They're only free particular times of day because of the fact that they work. They might work nights, or they, it's all these different factors that if you don't think about the sort of exactly how it works day to day in people's lives, that are maybe a bit different from our own, then it won't be very successful, I found. And so those are my sort of early learnings anyway. Yeah.
So, okay. I was going to ask Gerardo. So I know that Gerardo has worked, the Coalition of Immokalee Worker has worked with a lot of scholars that have been human rights scholars, civil rights, historians, but not really biomedical researchers. And so I'm wondering why that is, and if that's something that you would want to do.
Well, I guess doctors make us nervous in general, since we are little. No, in all seriousness, I think that this is a great opportunity. Many of the collaborations that we have been able to establish with other communities in universities in general, but with the academic world, have to do with what's needed actually on our end. We are very focused on what makes sense for our community. And then in that process of fighting for change, trying to secure agreements with different brands that are now partnering with us, has led us to connect with different communities that are also in one way or another intersecting with our path. We don't necessarily go out because our resources are limited. It's difficult for a community that is poor to be able to connect with the entire world. We wish we could do that like that automatically. So they have been more organic. So I'm very grateful that our paths cross. We started to connect with these type of conversations with the world of medicine because of COVID. That was actually something that needed a lot of people thinking with us, helping us understand the way in which we could curb, the impact of COVID in our community. Immokalee being one of the communities where all the vulnerabilities that you can imagine together are combined. We live in overcrowded spaces as a community. You are transported in buses sitting shoulder to shoulder. So actually the collaboration in the Fair Food program was crucial so that we didn't become another, a huge number of contagions like the ones that we heard happening in the meat packing sector, where workers were even blamed for getting infected and horrible things were being placed as if it was something that the workers created. Avoiding responsibility. In our context, we were able to talk with the growers to actually get their support in different moments to for them to implement during the response to COVID different measures, adding transportation so that workers wouldn't have to be sitting like that, having housing dedicated to be able to quarantine when necessary, sending only a few people to get supplies for the entire crew, and even bringing the people that wanted to get vaccinated to the vaccination sites. And in close collaboration with different medical experts and organizations like Partners in Health. In Immokalee, we had a really good relationship with the healthcare network, and they continue to do work in the community. So that happened also organically, and it's beautiful. But we haven't been able to do more in this respect, as studying or learning a little bit about how chemicals impact the people in the workplaces or in general in the community. So we're eager. We're new to this, but we're very excited.
So that's a welcome invitation to researchers present and online, because you guys have been very savvy in that many of the protections that are in the Fair Food program actually are, you've read the research that says these are things that can protect workers, yet that research hasn't been done really in collaboration with the Coalition of Immokalee Workers or with other community organizations. I wanted to, we have a question online. So the last slide indicated that New York City had not codified maximum indoor air temperatures. Have other cities, and how did they arrive at the correct temperature?
Yeah, so historically New York's got a minimal temperature law, but not yet a maximal temperature law. And I think that there's, though there's proposals in the city council and there's movement from trying to establish that, I think the key element of that is from a health-based perspective, what sort of exact point in Fahrenheit people are talking about in the sort of 70s and low 80s that will provide enough health benefit and protection without people are concerned about it'll cost too much money. And those are obviously, as always, are the two things which people try to balance out. So I think we probably will see it in the next couple of years because it is such a hot topic in the city, and everyone is talking about it. It's a big concern. This is going to be another crazy, I'm sure down here also, but in New York City, because of the way that historically people have sort of reacted to heat, it's been always on the back foot, So I think it's going to be another summer of that, so I think I'm just trying to think of other cities with examples of this. I'm not sure actually, but I know that there are heat protections in some cities in Europe that are largely based on heat warning systems and things like that. But yeah, so watch your space basically.
Do you know if anyone has correlated health outcomes for tenants in lower floors of taller buildings with ducted rooftop ventilation? So those lower floor units get very little air circulation, and there are millions of such apartments in New York.
Yeah. I think the structure of apartment buildings is a very important thing in terms of the microclimate, because in fact, what participants were if people have been to New York in the winter, it sometimes is the hottest time of the year indoors, because landlords are so worried about the violation of the minimal temperature law that they'll make the temperature really hot, and so that's why we need a maximum temperature law. But but in terms of the level of the apartment, that means often that the very top of the house apartment block will be much hotter than the ones below. And so, I'm not aware of a study that's looked at it in particular, but for example, Diana Hernandez's work at Columbia for energy and security, we're collaborating on this project. I would start there. I think there's going to be some relevant work in Diana's work. So
it's great. So when I was a student, and still now, I used to love watching professors and scientists and thought leaders kind of have conversations. So please feel free to jump in. Maybe if I didn't hog the microphone too much, you would be able to.
I always have, it's just, like hearing all this and the amazing speakers today. But I do want to add one thing. If you're thinking about community-based research, and heat and indoor chemistry, which is the rate at which older adults are having strokes and heart attacks, and they are our critically sensitive populations to when you have higher levels of VOCs and your heat indoors. And so the reason I want to share that, in our small local research that we did, one of the key findings, this was interviewing elders, was that they don't want to go to a cooling center because their medications and their pets and maybe their grandkids and their favorite show, all of that's at home. And so it's a great idea in your community if you're preparing for climate mitigation to create a cooling center. But the goal is also to find a way to check in on individual homes and to see what kind of cooling they have, and to see if that older adult or elder also is aware, because it's a sort of an inverse relationship. As we age, we get less sensitive and aware that our body is overheating. So we can't regulate, like sweat glands don't produce as much. So we're not as likely to say, wow, I'm really hot, right? We're not going to have that innate reaction. So they can get to the brink of a health event faster than somebody who might be 30 years their junior. So just to keep that in mind, that there is a population that needs action right now in your communities.
Now that you said that, sometimes when I hear people talk about overcrowding, or a lot of people living in a home, it kind of has this negative kind of undertone. And so I'm an immigrant. And in our communities, oftentimes, what some people call as overcrowding for us is that we're helping each other out so that someone isn't unhoused. So it's really more of a point of resilience for us, of strength, of community. And so that's another thing that we should recognize.
Intergenerational
Yes.
households. Yeah, very true.
And I would add that, in our context, most of the workforce are men alone, especially even more now with the implementation of the H2A program that has been for a few years expanding very rapidly. When you look at many of the circumstances that we have gone through before the H2A program started to be implemented, poverty, among farm workers, and the need to be able to sustain their families many times back home, force you to basically live with 10, 15 people in a single two-bedroom mobile home in order to survive. And that's the result of a stagnation of wages. So one thing is directly connected with the end result, which is creating a vulnerability and creating the perfect environment for, exposure to chemicals because of that. But I think that that's why it's very important to look at the problem and try to find a solution that encompasses all the things that force people to have to live under these conditions. So for us, wages would solve that problem. Wages have been going a little bit up since the program started, from 40 to 45 cents per 32-pound bucket. They are now 65 and $70 plus the inclusion of a bonus that is paid by the corporations participating, which since the implementation until now, it's over $50 million that have been distributed to workers in the form of a bonus. So we need to look at the problem and all the other things around it to be able to craft a space that is safer for those who feed us all.
And, we have an online question. It says, Gerardo, could you elaborate on how the workers were being blamed on safety conditions and et cetera, and what measures were taken to prove that they weren't the ones to blame?
Well, anecdotally, I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Okay. I heard from workers that were on the poultry sector that were talking about, how when they got an outbreak in the processing plants, they would be told by people of the companies where they were working at that they were infected while they were outside, because nobody wanted to bear the responsibility, because nobody wanted to bear the cost that responsibility will take. So it's easier to just like dismiss that responsibility and continue with production. So for us, as workers, we are the scapegoat of so many different circumstances, including when there is a pandemic. In our case, we were lucky because we have been organizing for decades, and we had the Fair Food program that served as a shield for all of us to kind of safeguard us from becoming another big statistic, in the news. So, yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, I see. Are you students? Yes, we'd love to hear your question. Oh, you did?
Hand you this. I'm a mechanical engineering student. I'm a sophomore here at UM. And so my major question is, what initiatives are being done, or what organizations could someone like me work with to help apply the community research done? Like, how could I make an impact myself?
Yeah. How can young engineers and chemists be engaged in this work and work with community?
I think others can answer this question better than I can, but I did just hire a mechanical engineer, and he also has a degree in applied anthropology, I think. So he is going to help. He's going to become our future Healthy Homes trainer, and he's going to focus more on the building science and building envelopes. So we're going to just pivot a little bit so that, we can continue to work with the housing industry, and then we'll have someone else work on the resident education. So he's crafting it. Happy to connect you if you want to learn more. But again, I'm not really coming from the engineering side. So anybody else?
We don't come from that side either. So, but what comes to mind, as organizers and as a farm worker, I would say, the gap that exists between the academia and our world producing food, we need to close it. And the first step to do that would be to visit us, visit remotely, get to see what we are talking about here looks like. And I think that if we look at the same thing together. You can look at it from with the lenses of your knowledge, and we can show how all of this works and how the impact that it has. And I think that we will succeed in identifying ways in which we can collaborate, because I don't know anything about what you are studying, but I'm sure that there are ways in which we can find something to do together and apply, bring in new ideas. That's all that we're talking about on our part have to do with, adventuring into new possibilities in a world in which there were none. So I think that the world is our canvas here. So I would invite you to.
I'm gonna put two people from the audience on the spot, and that is Dean Santos and Dean Biswas. So we have students here who want to know how can they engage with the work that they're doing as undergrads or graduate students with community. I know that I'm not a student, but I am an early career investigator, and when I heard of Gerardo's work, the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, I went to my dean and said, look at this guy, look at this work that they're doing. And she became interested in it. And so we have been trying to brainstorm how it is that we can collaborate with the Coalition of Immokalee Workers. And so the floor is yours.
Okay, so it's good to hear first. Do come by and chat to any of the faculty. And I have a colleague here. I'll give him a little airtime to also say. So we have number of research projects, development projects, and our intent to do research is to then deploy them in multiple ways. And many of our faculty do community-related projects. So I would encourage you to come to any faculty member. They'll be very glad. And if you're shy, firstly, don't be shy. But even if you're shy, there's a professor who teaches you. Go up to them after the class and say, I want to come chat. Even if they don't, they'll connect you to someone. I have Dr. Esba Andrigolu here. He might want to say something.
Yes, really exciting topics, and we are indeed engaged in a lot of work on the same topics. Just a few years ago, I myself was engaged in looking at vulnerable community homes in Little Haiti neighborhood of South Florida, where a lot of the pictures, Jillian, you shared, the condition of the homes, really were very relevant and adverse health outcomes were highlighted. So students were engaged in those type of activities where they actually toured the community, met with the homeowners, documented the defects from the building sciences perspective, whether it's the mold or air pressure and humidity, temperature variations, all of those contributing. So it was very fascinating work for the students and took, got a lot out of the project. I do have a question for actually from the community perspective, before I pass it on to Dean Santos, that I want to bring up is how, in my mind, a lot of research questions arose from your discussions. And how does the community perspective change when you're looking at different geographic regions in context of workplace exposure versus living space exposure or challenges? And do you find that the communities that experience it both at workplace and at home have more compounded impacts and challenges, or perhaps the contrary perspective of that? And one of my medical colleagues recently actually pointed this out to me in another conversation, was that when you are exposed at both workplace and at home, your body, your anatomy may be better climatized. to this environment and you might be able to cope with it more. Any reflection from you would be great to hear, but first I'll pass it on to Dean Santos.
Sure, I can try to answer that. This thing about people being more acclimatized, I don't think we understand that very well, because yet we still have farm workers who constantly work outdoor and yet have the highest rate of heat-related mortality. And I do think that workers, there is a cumulative effect on them, that they work outdoors and they go into their home, and then many of them do live in substandard housing. And so from what we've seen from the presentations, right, there's partitioning that happens of these chemicals. And so then there you have another exposure. Gerardo, would you like to add anything?
I mean, for us, when you think about the housing or transportation or all the conditions that places in a dangerous situation, well, I feel that it's important to be able to understand where people are coming from, and I think that that's what's missing actually when thinking about it, because as workers we don't look at science as a response to the immediate needs or to the threats that are enclosed in our own homes. We look at it from the perspective of we're trying to save money to be able to maintain the family. So I think that we need to be able to create maybe, to come up with a way in which we can craft things that are practical from your, world, I would say. Try to find a way to bring us closer. That's the sense that I have. That's what I was thinking since yesterday, because I feel that to be able to come up with something that help us as a community, we need to bring something that can be engaging. That's why we use a lot of popular education, theater. So if there's any way in which we can imagine, some of these conversations happening at the community level, and also understanding we have a different way to communicate. We have a different way to understand things, and we also have different priorities that have to do with like really desperate things sometimes. We are not people that are unable to craft their own solutions, but we're very practical. And I think that the closer we can get in these conversations to be able to have the expertise of the people that are impacted by all of this, the better chance we have at crafting something that can actually help us more.
Just wanted to add really briefly to your question. It sounds like interesting research, but I think I heard you were asking about the diversity of exposures geographically and tailoring. So I just wanted to add, at least in the tribal and rural work, you might have, we were just down near Navajo, you might have uranium mine tailings, and in the upper Midwest, you might have high concentrations of radon, and you can have wildfire smoke throughout eastern Washington, Oregon, Idaho. And in Alaska, wood stoves and the inversions that happen because of the cold air mean you have really high indoor and ambient concentrations, and they have some of the highest rates of something like, I don't know, very large proportion of all infants under 1 are ultimately flown into Anchorage because they have bronchiolitis, RSV, pneumonia. So it really does vary geographically, which is also why all of you should, if you're thinking about it, go into this field. There's just an endless, from the chemical right down to the human, there's just this huge variety of things we need to tackle still.
Yeah. So we'll let Dean Santos answer the question about students' engagement, and then we have a question online from Ellison.
So I'll only add a few things to keep it short. But if you think about the University of Miami mission, I think it answers the question, which is to transform lives through education, research, service, and innovation. So when you think about like the engagement of students with communities, I don't think we should be thinking it as a stretch. It's really a continuity of the academic environment. The community and academia should be one thing together, because what we do is to serve the community, to improve their lives. So, for example, some of the discussions you're having is like, how do you protect farm workers from toxins and heat and whatnot? For example, engineering has fantastic capacity in coming up with innovative protective solutions, such as nursing and health sciences have a high capacity of helping people stay healthy and managing their wellness despite the conditions where they're living in. So when we walk through with them, it's really not, it may be, sure, we cannot give everybody a HVAC unit. You may not be able to change your paycheck, but we can position ourselves as a powerful institution to support the needs. And so we do that through not just research, but our clinical placement. I know you have some sort of placement that is not clinical, which is not my word, but I think it's in the nature of academic institution.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree. I think one of the main issues is when you look at universities or any university, especially big private ones, why doesn't it happen more? And I think part of, from faculty perspective, from student perspective, is where's the reward in doing it, in terms of not just doing it altruistically, but you kind of want to get somewhere to do it in your career as well. And I think there's a huge issue in academia where it's not really seen as valuable to do this kind of work, because we care about the community, we care about doing the right thing. But when I look at what my tenure track assessment is going to say, high impact papers in elite journals, big grants, and that's changing to an extent, but I just want to challenge the assumption that because we care, it will happen. I think there really specifically needs to be student incentives, junior faculty incentives to get this done with a clear reward structure there. Because I think we all want to do the right thing, but when we're presented with, this will get me further in my career, and feels like more my passion, often we tend to have to go with what will get us further in our careers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Ellison, would you like to ask your question?
Is it all right? It's actually not a question. It was a response for the student that was asking about engaging as an engineer. Would it still be
Yes.
Okay to respond? I really connected with that question. I think it's one that I was asking myself often when I was in my graduate career. And so I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the person that asked the question, but I wanted to offer a couple of comments that I think resonate with things that Gerardo has said and others. So one anecdote is that I started graduate school to do ecological engineering and look at wetlands, but I became really interested in indoor environments and in particular farm worker housing, and didn't really see a way to engage, but learned of a farm worker housing group that met monthly in Austin, Texas, where I lived. And I met with them for over 3 years before anything really turned into what might look like engineering type work. I had the opportunity to work in communities that had transitioned from being temporary housing and manufactured homes to essentially multi-generational homes. And we went in thinking we were going to find indoor air quality problems because that's the hammer we came with. And what we discovered was that people really had little concern for indoor air problems, but were much more concerned with septic tanks that were backing up. And it turned out the design that was used for the septic tank flow was poor. And I was not a good fit for what that community needed, but I was connected with a department that that had expertise in that area. And so I share this because I think the value of patience and the value of treating listening as a skill, not one that I still feel like I'm working on a regular basis, but I think that that skill development is really worthwhile as an engineer and others, but I'm speaking to you as an engineering student. And then learning to experience the input that what you have to offer is not really what's being requested, but that you might be able to use the network you have to still help and pass things off and maybe keep the relationship. And maybe there'll be a time in the future where your skills might be more aligned with the problems that have emerged, but that it is actually okay to not be able to hammer that nail. So I think that was all I wanted to share. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think there's another student who has a question. Oh.
Yeah, Roxana, if you don't mind, because there's piggybacking on what Ellison is saying, I want to briefly say that there's an organization that is sponsored by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. I will say I have not worked with this organization, but I know of them because 15 years ago, I tried to develop something similar. Didn't work out in my previous job. But anyway, there's called engineeringforchange.org, FOR change.org. And they have fellowships. They have fellowships for early career mechanical engineers to work with other mechanical engineers, senior engineers to work on UN development goals, implementing that not just in the United States, but around the world. Thanks.
Thanks. I just wanted to add one other idea to this, that there's a type of, across the United States, we have what are called land grant institutions. And so these are universities. Colorado State University is the one in Colorado. There's generally one in every state. And these institutions have extension programs that are designed to directly work with, in particular, farm workers, but other industries within the state. So at CSU, our extension program actually works with forestry and agriculture across the state. And they have a really interesting role in it. Plays into, I think, some ideas that could be useful for people here, where farmers go to their local extension office and say, well, we don't know the answer to this question. And then the extension office will come to faculty at the university and say, how do you solve this? And so I ended up with a very strange project from my perspective, where we were looking at the effectiveness of clean out of pesticide containers and at what point were they toxic versus not toxic. And this really illustrated to me the power of both people who have questions about agriculture and agricultural workers in particular, going to the extension offices and land grant institutions and leveraging that, but also the opportunities for scientists to interact with extension offices and share information. And to me, that was an easy way. As an academic, I mean, I have my own, personal background and my own personal sets of connections, but I didn't have connections into the agricultural community. And I am certainly not comfortable walking in and telling people, here's a question that I think is interesting and you should think about. I think it's much more constructive to have people come to us. But I will say the land grant institution system and cooperative extensions are incredibly useful ways to help create that in a really constructive and those interactions in another constructive and meaningful way. So that's one other resource to think about.
Hello. Hi. I'm Danielle. I'm a now second year PhD student. But just kind of add to this discussion, I think there's a lot of opportunity in student organizations. Like I'm thinking about after an event like this, right? Really staying connected with the panelists to have you come speak to specifically student organizations. And I mean, it would be sort of, whoever's responsibility it is to look through the relevant student orgs, because here you have a group of students who are already interested in whatever realm and who would be, a captive audience to listen. And so I know here Eris is part of it, starting the ASHRAE student chapter, so American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, right?
which would be super relevant here. So I just think the opportunity in student organizations is really great. And then I also wanted to mention, because this reminded me of what Gerardo was talking about, was that we also have a workforce development program here at UM where, for example, we have building automation system technicians who these technicians would come and speak to our architectural engineering students. So we're getting a very classroom-based education, obviously, whereas these technicians are out there actually installing what we're reading about. And it's so important to hear their perspective and their point of view, which is essentially what you're talking about with the farmers, right? So I think bridging that gap is necessary and part of the educational environment, right? And I think that a way to do that is also targeting student organizations, whether it would be a student-led effort or outside organizations coming in and looking at our student orgs. But yeah, it's been a really great discussion. So thank you guys.
Yeah, I want to add one more comment that kind of a takeaway from my prior project on this, where when the students and faculty engaged in the community project with the homeowners and talking about land grant opportunities, there were also grant funding available to homeowners for weatherizing their homes, to whether it's for waterproofing, insulation, thermal comfort improvements, but yet the homeowners were not aware or able to understand or communicate. So through the engagement of the students, often it turned out, it was very interesting actually, that the best way we could communicate the outcome was through sketches. So students had actually produced number of diagrams that exemplified or communicated what a leaky roof may translate to, often in a caricature, communication media. And the homeowners who often did not speak or read English or elderly found that they were receiving this information from our student interaction through the youth living in the home, through kids, grandkids who would then communicate and translate and create the dialogue. So that was a really fascinating outcome of that project. So through student engagement, academic engagement, community, that feedback, there's a lot we can do.
All right. We are at time, but I just wanted to say that I think that, in thinking of some of the backlash that we are having in science, I think part of it is that the general public doesn't really understand what we're doing as research. And part of that reason is because academia doesn't value community engaged research as much as, these massive grants and publications and all of this. And I think that, this is a good time for us, those that are in leadership at institutions and all of us researchers, to really start thinking about, how do we engage communities more so they are aware of what are all this money from NIH, what is it doing? Because they're not seeing it, and right, the messaging isn't really there. And so I think we need to be more expansive in going into communities and academics, recognizing the hard work that is, because, some scientists, you can just order 10 rats and they come to you and you do your science there, or it's in the lab or in the hospital, the patients are coming there. But to do community engaged work, that requires time where you have to go and find these connections. And so with that, I think the student organizations are also another powerful way to engage communities, because they're eager, and we have community organizations that are also eager. And so I think it's up to us to really bridge that connection and make synergy and make great science that preserves humanity and the health of the planet. And with that, yes, ma'am.
I apologize, but I have to use this platform. So if any policy or decision makers are listening, or if you talk to anybody, an air conditioner, an air cleaner, and a sensor should be durable medical goods. They should be covered by Medicaid and covered by Medicare, and they should be decentralized medicine in your house They'll pay for themselves many times over. So just like to get that message out. So that, thank you. I just want
Yes.
everybody to keep
No.
passing that along to people who will listen.
All right then. Well, thank you so much.
Sorry, I'm just going to unmute myself. So hi, everyone. We're coming back now for the final session, the final panel session of the day. And I think it's a good opportunity to reflect on what we've heard so far. So we had the chance to listen to keynote addresses that helped us collectively map the original study that focused on indoor chemistry and why it matters onto the specific context of heat and the inherent complexity of understanding and assessing and ultimately being able to anticipate the compounding, cascading impacts and the synergistic effects of heat and indoor chemistry. And then we had an opportunity to understand all of this in the context of the experience of people who work in indoor environments from very many different places in society, and to understand the specific vulnerabilities, and some would say the structural vulnerabilities that contribute to the overall risk profile and play a role in exacerbating many of the determinants of the risks to workers, including kind of the hazards themselves, the chemical exposures, the exposure of entire communities, and then the vulnerabilities that are inherent to those communities. We also had a chance to hear about some ongoing research activities that attempt to join together scientific research questions with the equities of communities that are affected to design research programs that hopefully can produce actionable information that can inform decision making that directly leads to solutions, which is an ongoing need and something that perhaps points to also the need and the current opportunity to maybe reform the way that we initiate and resource and ultimately motivate this type of work, particularly in the incentive structures that are currently at work for academic researchers. So I think all of this leads us to a point where we're ready now to look ahead and to consider the needs and the opportunities that were presented to us or highlighted in the previous conversations, and to think about what we can do moving forward. So with that, we're going to start our final panel session on future investments in research. And again, we will have a set of speakers who will come individually to make the remarks, and then we'll break into a plenary discussion with folks in the room and online. So I'd like to start off with our first speaker, who is joining us remotely. Robin Dodson is the Associate Director of Research Operations for the Silent Spring Institute, and she's going to provide us with remarks on targeted broad thinking, addressing cumulative exposures in vulnerable populations. So Robin, I think you're on our screen, so we're ready to hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to contribute today. This is actually my third dissemination workshop for this report. And it's wonderful to see how much the report has spurred so many different conversations, so many meaningful conversations, and really kind of uplifting the importance of research in the indoor environment. This report has been really kind of a foundation for me. I go back to it all the time, and I think it's an incredible resource for researchers and for decision makers. I apologize for not being able to be there today because I know actually that I'm missing out on one of the most significant aspects of these workshops is connecting with others. And it's great to hear this in the previous sessions of folks kind of connecting and sharing networks and sharing resources with others. So I really do hope that people take advantage of that and gotten a chance to kind of continue to make connections, new collaborations, to help continue these very important discussions that we're having about the indoor environment. I see my remarks today as just kind of a chance to kind of uplift some of the previous points from today and then pivot to looking towards the future. I've really enjoyed listening to the presentations today and hearing about the different research studies. When this topic for this dissemination workshop first came forward, I started thinking about the ways that I would kind of frame my research. So I'm an exposure scientist. I think a lot about our exposure to chemicals in the indoor space. Most of the chemicals that I consider research are chemicals that come from consumer products. So these are things like that come from personal care products or cleaning products, furnishings, even building materials I would consider in that space. And so how do I think about this issue around extreme heat, about living in a warming world and thinking about indoor environments. Well, the first is that I think about is the combination, and Purvi, you've actually brought this up several times, is that what we're really concerned about here is thinking about the combination of both exposure to the heat as a stressor, as well as the chemical stressors that we commonly find in the indoor environment. Right, we are exposed to hundreds of chemicals in the indoor environment, and so you bring in and kind of think about heat as an amplifier, right? You have an opportunity for co-exposure to multiple stressors, leading to multiplicative or synergistic effects in some way. So that's one way. It's these synergistic effects of the co-exposures in the indoor environment that we need to consider. We also need to be thinking about the fact that in a warming world, when we have more of these extreme heat events, that we're going to be spending more time indoors. Home is typically thought of as a haven. It's a safe place. It's a place to go. And so now we are spending, the idea is that in a warming world, we might spend more time in that place. And so any exposures in the indoor environment become all that more important in this new kind of paradigm. And third, and this was very well described in earlier talks today, is how heat events or heat will change the indoor chemistry. And this is complicated. There's still so much more for us to learn here. But I do think that it is something, it really struck me. I think it was Dr. Farmer had mentioned kind of this idea of like an increase in 5 degrees can kind of double the partitioning or double the release to the gas phase of some of these semi-volatile compounds. That's really remarkable and something that we need to be considering when we're thinking about how to characterize exposures in the indoor space. So it's those 3 things that I'm thinking about: synergistic effects, more time indoors, and changes in the indoor chemistry. So in my title, I called it Targeted Broad Thinking, and that's mostly because I wanted it to sound somewhat kind of confusing, but now we'll kind of maybe define a little bit about what I actually meant there. So what do I mean by targeted thinking? What I mean here is that there are certain populations that deserve more attention. These are populations like vulnerable populations, which we have talked about today. They include young children, older adults, folks who spend more time indoors than others. They can also be workers in extreme heat situations. Gerardo has brought that up multiple times, speaking about the vulnerable farm workers. So we need to focus on our research efforts and our science on thinking about those who are most vulnerable. We also need to be thinking about those who are most susceptible. Those are folks who come into this space with certain comorbidities. That means that they're dealing with multiple health conditions, which can only be or may only be exacerbated by heat and other stressors. Dr. Middlestadt brought this up earlier, mentioning older adults. So it's both the vulnerability, so it has to do with kind of your external factors. Do you spend more time indoors, for example, like younger children and adults? And also those that are more susceptible. There's something inherently about that person, maybe it's kind of a biological susceptibility, that might make focusing on them more important when thinking about heat in the indoor environment. So that is what I mean by targeted. What do I mean by broad? Well, this is that I think we need to make sure that we are thinking about more than one stressor at a time. Heat plus chemical exposures, for example. So thinking about cumulative exposures, multiple stressors all at once and in a cumulative way. We can also, though, think about aggregate exposures. That is exposure to the same stressor in multiple ways. So we can think about heat exposures, say, at work, folks then trying to find relief from that heat exposure at home, but not being able to find it. Right, so you can be exposed to the heat stressor at work and at home and in other parts and recreation, things like that. So that would be more kind of thinking about aggregate exposures. So basically, I'm asking folks to kind of really think broadly, but think very directed or targeted towards the subpopulations or certain groups of folks who deserve the most research attention. One of the objectives of this whole workshop today is to think about how science can inform action, and which I love. I think it's really critical as scientists to think in this way. There's been a lot of discussion already about science to inform action. I come from an organization, Silent Spring Institute, where we are an independent nonprofit research organization. And so I get to do research every day that is mission-based. We are guided by community concerns to affect change. So we are scientists doing science to inform action. And I think all of us should operate in this space as much as possible. I know that's not always feasible, depending on what situation you're in, if you're in kind of a certain academic situation. But I do think that we all need to be thinking of ourselves as scientists who can help move the needle forward, move something to affect change, to inform action. Now, when thinking about indoor environments, with this in mind, informing science to inform action, it can be a little tricky because what is the action here, right? There's no clear regulatory authority necessarily. So we need to be a little bit creative. So actions in this case, when we're talking about the indoor environment, maybe perhaps something that's more kind of indirect, maybe indirect regulatory approaches that have to do with source control or ventilation standards, or even certification programs, where we kind of indirectly try to regulate or control what's going on in the indoor space. We may also want to put on the table actions that are related to things that are based in marketplace shifting. So moving away from certain materials, for example, moving away from certain kind of standards or practice in the built environment, in the building environments, to think about the levers that might exist within the marketplace. And also I would say that there's institutional levers as well. What I mean by that, there are things that like higher education can do that can help move science forward on thinking about indoor environments to then create action. That could be through things like setting up certain specification standards and building new spaces on college campuses. So I think we need to be a bit creative here when we're thinking about how our science can be informing action. So with that, as we think towards the future, I would suggest and kind of prompt folks to think about designing studies that are solutions focused, not just for the sake of understanding, but more for the sake of coming to an informed action or some sort of solution. So this could be studies that are used or designed to support or test interventions. These could be studies that are inform policies or regulations. And most importantly, I'd say actually studies that are solutions-based in that they are directly addressing community concerns. And I have really appreciated, especially the last panel, thinking about how to incorporate community concerns when doing our research in this space. And we've heard really great examples of some great research projects working in this space. Dr. Carter, excuse me, Dr. Park, have both talked about ways that studies can be designed to have that endpoint that's not just to expand knowledge, but rather to create change in some way. I'll just briefly share one particular study that I've been working on that I think is attempting to work in this space, thinking about kind of being a little bit more creative and a little bit more solutions focused. Now, it's not heat related necessarily. It is community engaged, and it is evaluating multiple hazards at once. So maybe it's still kind of an example or a case study that we can think about. So this study that I'm talking about is what we call the Rock Home Study. It's a study that I'm conducting in Rochester, New York, where we are trying to evaluate what are some of what happens in a home when it goes through lead hazard control. So lead hazard control is typically it's administered at the city level, but it is a HUD-funded program that's across the country in which homes that are targeted that have lead hazards in them, so lead paint hazards, can get money, homeowners can get money to rehabilitate their house to address those lead-based hazards. Our question is not just, well, does it work for lead? In fact, others have shown that, so that isn't necessarily the novelty. But our question for this particular study is, what's happening to everything else going on in the indoor environment as it's going through this major home rehabilitation program? I guess more directly, you could say, are there other co-benefits of this existing program on our environmental quality? And so we're thinking more broadly, right? This idea is we're thinking about multiple stressors. We're thinking about pesticides. We're thinking about flame retardants. We're thinking about phthalates. We're thinking about allergen levels inside of these homes, far beyond what the lead is originally that these programs are intended for. And what's important here is we're kind of leveraging that opportunity to get into homes to understand what is going on under realistic situations. It just came up in the last panel, right? Is that can be quite difficult to get into homes, to work in homes. Here we are working in Rochester in low-income owner-occupied homes with young children, which sets itself up actually as kind of a unique situation in that they're owner occupied. So you would imagine they may have a bit more control about over their indoor environment, but they tend to be low income. So to qualify for lead hazard control, you have to meet certain income thresholds. So they may own their home, but may lack agency to address all the hazards that exist in their house. And it is, millions of homes across the country are likely in this situation. So I bring this up as kind of an example about trying to be creative in designing and asking some of these research questions. Make it worth it that you're going into these homes. Ask many different questions from many different angles to address some of these issues. So if you're doing, say, a study on traditional indoor air quality parameters, adding heat, adding some of these other organics, thinking more broadly in terms of the types of research that we can be conducting in indoor spaces. And with that, as I kind of wrap up, I just want to really urge us to think about finding solutions that for all different kinds of housing. And I really appreciate Dr. Milstead in the last session just talking about how there are all different kinds of housing. It's not all the same. So we can have things like rental housing. So renters thinking about what are the kind of agencies that they have. Are there things, as Dr. Park brought up, kind of this right to cooling? Are maximum and minimum temperatures allowed for landlords? So that's rental housing. We can think about temporary housing for those that might be displaced from extreme weather events or disasters. Need to think about solutions related to that kind of housing. And of course, housing solutions for housing for low income homeowners. So that might be access to programs that might offer energy efficient cooling systems. So thinking broadly, thinking kind of holistically, but targeting our questions and our research to those that are most vulnerable and susceptible in the indoor spaces is where I suggest that future research in these areas is directed. And thank you.
Great, thank you, Robin. So we are going to take you off the main screen, and then when we come back to our plenary discussion, we'll have our in-person panelists at the table, and then we'll have your huge face on the screen. No, just kidding. We'll shrink it down a little bit so that you're right-sized, and then just kind of part of the panel discussion in the front of the room. So thank you again. Okay, this is a great start to the session. So building on Robin's comments, I'm going to ask Paula Slutsky to come up and join us. And Paula is a contributing scholar at the Johns Hopkins University, their Center for Health Security. And she's going to be speaking to us about the transition from research to policy to practice and what's needed.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction. Indoor chemistry is near and dear to my heart. And Charles gave me a shout out earlier in the morning. I was the program director at the Sloan Foundation that sort of got this going. And again, I'm grateful to all the people in the room who have been grantees, the academy, whatever, because really the indoor chemistry program really took off thanks to so many leaders and scientists, whatever. So thank you to all the people who are the grantees and so on. Thanks to the academies, thanks to our sponsors, and thanks to our hosts at the University of Miami. All right, my remarks are my own, and they're going to be a little controversial. All right. I came up with the title, From Research to Policy to Practice, What Research is Needed? But my question is, given these times of uncertainty, how much money is there going to be for research? Maybe it's time to figure out how to get to policy and practice sooner. And I'm very, the talks have been great, the scientific ones, the community ones and so on, and very empowering experiences and stories. So I'm hopeful that even if we don't get gazillions of dollars to fund important studies in this area, we can still make progress. So I also want to make a couple other comments. One, and this goes back to Delphine's talk, if you can't measure something, then it's really hard to then regulate it or say it's too high and so on. The good thing about heat is that can be measured, all right? And people, we're all, chemistry is really hard to measure. Indoor air quality is hard to measure. I'm one of the people that carries around a carbon dioxide meter, and I was so happy that the reading in this room was about 625, showing that it's adequately ventilated. But who knows what else is going on in the room? All right, so I'm going to give a couple examples from history that just to get people thinking about what worked in the past, and then figuring out how we're going to go forward with these mostly invisible threats exacerbated by heat. So let's talk about cigarette smoke, and let's talk about radon. Okay, so back in the 50s, everybody started smoking. This was great. It was a stress reliever. It was social. It was great. People really liked it. Doctors were smoking. Everyone was smoking, except they started noticing these rare cancers showing up in men. And so this lung cancer was rare. Why are they getting lung cancer? So some doctors who were smokers at the American Cancer Society followed a cohort of about 180,000 men, and they said the results were so bad that they immediately switched to pipe smoking. All right. So again, this is incremental, but I'm also giving this example in that sometimes we, without knowing it, are also part of the problem. And I'm not saying these doctors are part of the problem, but they were smokers and whatever. All right. So, are we going to get a study of 180,000 people to address some of these issues? It would be great if we did. All right. So again, this is in the 50s. So then the next study that was done was for over 1 million men and women. And this time it really, they had definitive results in 25 states. And again, I'm really glossing over this. And so much that the Surgeon General, another smoker, stood up and said, cigarette smoking causes lung cancer, probably heart disease, and the government should do something about it. All right. But back then, people didn't know it. My parents were shocked. They're like, what? We shouldn't be smoking? Now, the interesting thing about this particular area is there are people who made money off of cigarette smoking, and those are the people who produce tobacco. So one of the natural, if you're trying to protect your turf, do you really believe these scientists? Do they really have enough data? That study, was it really, a good study, to really cast doubt and deny it and so on. But meanwhile, fortunately, we had some people in Congress who were willing to take action at the time. And in 1965, they adopted one law that put warning labels on cigarettes. Okay, so these are dangerous. Then another law in 1969, again, banned advertising of cigarettes. All right. And states started implementing smoking bans. But this is a long process. Okay, the poor men are dying of lung cancer in the 50s. We're not seeing action until much later. Now, what's the response of the tobacco companies? Well, we already know they're denying it and casting doubt on the science, but let's do some changes to the marketing. Again, I'm all in favor of good marketing, but really, were the cigarettes safer? Were they lighter? Were they... Anyway, so then there was a lot of legal action, and we need lawyers, and so the question was, who was responsible for the health costs? So in 1998, there was this big settlement between the tobacco companies and I think 46 states, and the purpose was to reimburse state governments for tobacco-related health care costs. Sounds great. Billions of dollars are supposed to be used to prevent smoking and help people quit, but a lot of the states use the money for other purposes, totally unrelated. This is reality. And again, since that time, there continue to be studies on secondhand smoke, thirdhand smoke, and so on. People still smoke, but again, I'm using that as sort of one dramatic. Now let's look at radon. Who can detect radon in this room? All right. Well, in the 30s and 40s, back when we're mining uranium for whatever purpose we needed uranium, those workers started getting lung cancer. And it was determined that the radon gas was high in these uranium mines. So they had to come up with some occupational safety standards. However, no one knew that in homes in many states, there's radon in the dirt or whatever, seeping into people's homes. And fortunately, a worker set off a radiation detector at a nuclear power plant that was under construction but had no nuclear fuel. So everyone's like, wait, so this is totally silent. Nobody knows about it. And the fact that this guy happened to be in a radon-loaded home, wandered by this radiation detector, and it is, it's pretty amazing. But again, this led to they went to his home, very high levels of radon. And so this led to the Indoor Radon Abatement Act. Now, remember, radon doesn't have anyone selling it. Who could be against radon mitigation? All right. So then the states took different ways of doing it. So are you going to disclose it during real estate transactions? Are you going to require testing and mitigation in schools and daycare centers? Are you going to have civil penalties for violations? And again, you can measure radiation far more easily than you can measure, pollutants and chemicals. All right. So anyway, who was going to pay for this radon remediation? And there were a variety of approaches. In real estate transactions, it was shared between the homeowner and the seller in some places. U.S. government buildings, they fixed their buildings on their own. So this was a case where, even though there is an active field in radon research, they didn't need a lot of research to know this was a problem and it needed to be addressed. So, that was good. And hopefully no one has radon in their home now. And I'm sure there's more radon in poor people's homes or just some of these different communities. All right. So now we've heard all of these different talks, and the talk before mine by Robin. Robin really did a great summary. So if we need more research, how are we going to be strategic so that we get the money? Because I'm talking to a lot of scientists, and the grants are disappearing. So we need to engage people on this. And again, who's going to pay for this research? Is it going to be the government? Can we get the tech billionaires to pay for it? Who else can pay for it? No, because this was a struggle when I was at the Sloan Foundation, when I was trying to find others to co-fund things, and no one was interested. Why would they want to study chemistry in buildings? Like, because people spend 90% of their time indoors. That seemed like a good thing. So anyway, and then really thinking clearly, and again, I don't know who should do this. I work at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, where I lead our indoor air team. And we're taking two approaches. One is we have model state law to prod states to develop laws around indoor air quality. But the center is really about pandemic preparedness and global catastrophic biological threats. So I'm spending a lot of time, sometimes with indoor chemists, trying to see if we can use far UV fixtures in places to mitigate the cause of the next pandemic or hospital-acquired infections or flu or whatever else. So anyway, so I'm working in policy, not specifically the type of policy that I think we need here, but I don't know, maybe I'll come up with some way I can work with the people I want to work with in this room. Anyway, but what ideas if we need research, figuring out how much and who's going to pay for it, what are the best ideas? And again, maybe there will be, maybe we'll get through this period of uncertainty, there'll be a new reset and whatever. And then how do we move forward? And how do we make indoor chemistry hazards visible? So thank you.
Great, thank you, Paula. So we'll follow up with Paula's remarks with remarks from Hudson Santos. And Hudson, I think as we all know, is the Dean of the University of Miami School of Nursing and Health Studies. And our host here today, we're extremely excited to hear his perspectives on securing funding for climate and environmental and health initiatives. Hudson, come on up. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, and it's great to have you here. And I share the sentiment with my provost and my other dean colleague here for having you at our campus. So when Roxana asked me to focus on this topic, I didn't realize we would be at this time, at this stage in time. So my colleague before me just alluded to the context where we are today. I didn't prepare a presentation. I've never been so glad for not preparing a presentation, because honestly, I wouldn't know what to put in a slide at this point. But I want to run through some thinking that I have been doing, both myself and some colleagues at NIH and alike, to figure out how do we move forward from here, especially in the context of environmental research and human health. So I'm a nurse by training, just to contextualize. So everything I try to study has a direct implication to health. I particularly focus on maternal and child health. I try to understand what happens during pregnancy and how could that predict the health of the child long term. So we're about about 3 months, 4 months into the new federal administration, and that has really shifted dramatically how we operate in terms of research. If I was doing this presentation in January, the first week of January, I would give you a solid roadmap of how to go about this, right? Because for us that is looking at health and climate, or health and environment factors, we would primarily rely at the NIH for funding source due to the interest in those topics across institutes, right? And more so over the last 2 years. And there were specific calls out that would call out for social justice, the effects of heat in health, so on and so forth. But now those things are no longer around, right? Or they have been paused in many ways or eliminated in other ways. So things have changed. Foundations cannot pick up the tab. There's just not enough foundation that has the volume of funds that the federal government has. So there are a lot of ideas that are going to be fantastic, but they're going to go unfunded because there's no money for that research to take place. So I share the sentiment that while we love to do research, we have to find a way to maybe start taking what we know into policy and practice, despite the fact that we do love to take that 10-year walk through to figure out all the in and out of our research before we start advocating for policy and practice change. We unfortunately may not be able to afford that anymore. But the federal funding is still here. And I have seen some of the sentiment around the nation is, at this point, why bother? Why bother with a submission of a grant to federal institutions? And I could not disagree with that sentiment more strongly, because there's one way we end funding for this area is by not submitting grants. If you don't submit a grant, you're basically signaling there's no need for that investment to be in place. It may not get funded, but we're still sending a signal to indicate there is a need for that to take place, and that should be a national priority. Now, said that, we cannot send the grants the same way that we had done before. So Roxana and I, a couple of months ago, sent a grant to the NIH. And the language we were using, to be very frank, was full of jargons, right? Like health disparities, health equity, social justice. And we did very little to explain what those words even meant, because we were so used to them, right? So we were so used to them, the reviewers were so used to them. And honestly, it was a requirement from the previous administration. If you didn't have those keywords, you would not even be considered for funding. Now it's the completely opposite direction, right? The pendulum has swung so far out from where it was that now it left us without knowing exactly what to do. So my perception, and a group of us that have been discussing this in the nursing and health community, is to say we do need to continue submitting as many grants as possible to the federal organizations, NIH, NSF, and the ones alike, but be more mindful of the language that we use. For example, one of the things that has been really drilled on our group mind at this point is, can you survive public scrutiny, right? So we may be studying climate or climate change or whatnot, but is the language that you're using, will it survive public scrutiny? If you use your best judgment, because the public scrutiny is changing on a daily basis. So I think as we go along the way, I think that's one of the areas we have to be thoughtful is, yes, everybody in this room has a responsibility for continue submitting those grants, but be thoughtful of the language you use. So you can be at the table to have a voice. The mechanisms that I think will be taken more into consideration with the new Make America Healthy Again initiative is actually not a bad document altogether. There's a lot of good content in that document, right? If you think about this, it's like, how do we use that document in our favor? There's a lot of language about chronic conditions in that document, right? That we have not worked in prevention. We have only worked on treatment of chronic conditions. So at that point, it's too late. There is specific language about increasing water quality and reducing environmental toxicants, and so on and so forth. So how can we use the language of those new policies in favor of the science that we're trying to do. But altogether, what that document is not saying, that I think that is the direction that it will really be pivoting towards, is biomedical research, precision health. So I think the more extent we can to include mechanism of actions, and that's where I'm going to start getting to the specific topic of our workshop, is, for example, heat. There are so many studies that have indicated, and now I'm going to use my own area of expertise, that heat leads to preterm delivery. Why? When? How much exposure are we talking about? Is a mom going to the beach and spending a weekend in a hot beach day going to lead to preterm delivery? It's just a window of time during the first trimester, during the second trimester, during the third trimester. How is it exactly leading to preterm delivery? How can I stop it from happening if I do not know what is heat actually doing? How do I disaggregate the effect of heat from social condition? Because if you think about this, the people that are most vulnerable to heat are also that have greater social vulnerability, right? Have low income, is likely driving a car without air conditioning, or living in an apartment or a unit that doesn't have HVAC. So what is it exactly that is leading to that health outcome? Is that the wave, the heat wave that person lives through, or is it a combination of those other factors that we can't really pinpoint? So trying to get into the mechanism of those actions, I think will allow us to go into be more competitive of how this new government is going to go forward in terms of health and environmental studies. So I think there's a lot to be known in terms of heat and the indoor environment. In many occasions, when and I use Miami as an example, you have this beautiful urban environment that within a 5-mile radius, you go from extreme wealth to extreme poverty in a blink of an eye, where you have inland heat effect just because of the fact that you cannot afford a house near the coastline, right? That you see houses that when we deploy thermometers, that they don't actually have necessarily a place to plug in those thermometers. Or that we can't get the thermometer delivered because they don't actually have an address because they live in an efficiency that is behind someone else's house. So the thermometer that we deployed bounces back because that person doesn't necessarily have a physical address. So those are conditions that we are not really being able to understand, despite the fact that the airport measurement of heat is saying, we have a heat wave and there is dangerous high level of heat at X day, at X time of the day, during a number of days of the week. But there are colleagues in the school of Rosenstiel, a school that focuses on environmental. Wait, what is it? Environmental? The Rosenstiel School of Atmospheric and Marine Sciences, yes, which has done fantastic work in, for example, triangulating the GIS temperature with indoor temperature and household temperature to see that when we actually compare the differences in temperature, sometimes people are living several Fahrenheit higher of the temperature than what is actually saying. So people are living in worse conditions that they actually have. And I think that it doesn't even paint the whole picture because, for example, it could, in many of the houses we visit, they have window units that, first of all, they can't cool that well, and they are not cooling the whole space, right? It's localized cooling. So even the temperatures we are taking is not strong. So there, I think, as we move forward on getting to the more mechanistic nature of like those effects and exposures and how that leads to health outcomes, I think will be a area that will likely be more receptive in the new administration. The second area is continued improvement in how do we actually access heat in humans, continuous heat exposure, right? Like last year, we spent a whole bunch of time trying to figure out how do we continuously assess heat in pregnant women for a period of time, like 9 months of pregnancy. And we could not find a device that was accurate enough to give us that level of assessment. So we can't really tell how much exposure that person's having, and that is not even core temperature, right? I'm just looking for a wristband or something that can be used continuously so we can get that assessment. But the level of data is too high and the technology is not quite there yet. So that's why I get so excited that engineer and many other disciplines are in this room. So I think there's an area that is going to have opportunities for funding is the advancement of technology on how do we assess heat and indoor environment in a more efficacious way so you can understand mechanism of actions. So we can then translate them into health interventions. So we can continue stopping. There's no way I'm going to convince the government to give everybody HVAC. There's no way I'm going to convince the government that people need a higher wage in terms of salary. We may be able to make a little bit of movement, but not a whole lot. So we need to figure out ways to give tools back in the community so they can find some of their own solutions. And then there are a whole bunch of high-risk populations that, especially for Florida, is really important. Elderly, children, and pregnant women to be included, as well as people that work out in outdoor environment. Those people are high priority, not just to the state, but for the nation. You know, if you even start listening to some of the conversations that the new administration is having, they want people to have more babies. So when you start thinking of how would this translate into risks and health outcomes, those could potentially become opportunities for us to be able to continue advancing the science. So I will close with the idea that there is opportunity that is going to be opening up. We will have to use a lot more scrutiny in the language we use to get the same work done. It is our obligation to continue submitting grants, because if we don't submit it, we're signing off saying that that area is no longer important and we cannot afford it. Thirdly, precision health could definitely be a way to go where we do really are able to show to policymakers of this is how those environmental factors are affecting health, and that's how we can stop it. It's hot, the heat is uncomfortable, but what is it that is doing to your body? So if we can really articulate that biological embedding, we'll be able to better intervene on people. Because, for example, if someone is exposed to heat, chronic heat today, for example, a farmer worker, like we had representation here, if I change their occupation, today they are farm workers, tomorrow they work in a bank, in an office that is cooled all the time. I will guarantee you that the health effects that were left from that prior occupation is still inside of that body. So the carrying effect of that biological embedding is still there. And if we don't understand it, even if we change the environment, the person is still going to carry the health consequence of living through it. And we see examples of that with social ascension, that even though some people are able to walk away from low income to having higher income, they still carry some of the health effects from living through those conditions. So there is a much more longer consequence. And finally, I want to say that we can use the Make America Great Again documents in a positive way, that we can weaponize it in a way that we can use their own words to try to convince the funders that the work we're doing is advancing the mission. Because at the end of the day, it's our responsibility to secure the funding, develop the knowledge, and push it back to the community we decided to serve. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Hey, Hudson, thank you very much for that perspective. So I think at this point, we've heard three separate perspectives that have laid out, I think, what we could consider to be challenge statements for anybody who's thinking and looking forward about the challenge, the opportunities that are ahead of us, and maybe the obstacles that lie in the path of having a robust and vigorous scientific understanding of these compounding issues between heat and indoor chemistry, particularly set against a landscape in which the funding and the policy environments are somewhat precarious. The final presentation, I'm assuming, is going to be a little bit more engineering focused and focusing on kind of the technological tools that are at our disposal. I'm extremely excited about this presentation because I did not think we would have a slide deck that had a space habitat in it, a picture of a space habitat. So I'm waiting for that one. But I'd like to go ahead and introduce Pratim Biswas. He's the Dean of University of Miami's College of Engineering. He's also a professor in the Department of Chemical, Environmental, and Materials Engineering. So Pratim, glad to have you here, and your slides are right here. No,
I change with this, right? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. It's been, thanks. It's been great to really sit here and listen to some wonderful talks. And of course, I'm going last, so many of the things maybe you've heard to some degree, but I also want to take a little leap, as was mentioned, and talk about homes, indoor environments all over the place, including outer space, right? And engineer tends to be, we are very algorithmic. We have some of my colleagues sitting here. So we literally take the word. So indoor is something within a door, okay? So that covers many things that has a door. This room has a door. You'll see some other places have doors, and abodes in outer space have doors. So it fits the topic. Maybe that's the first disclaimer to make or claim to make. The second thing you might wonder, we are not even taking good care of our only home planet Earth. Why are we going outside, right? You can look at it two ways. We can't take care of our only home. We might need a new home, and that's futuristic. Or there's a lot to learn. We live in Miami. It's a very, in some sense, a harsh environment. You talk of heat, you talk of hurricanes, there's always a concern. I moved from the Midwest. Our windows are very special here, concrete homes. Doors are very special, at least the outside facing doors. So, there's the resiliency that comes in. And when we step out into outer space, there's a lot to learn and bring it back down here. And I feel technology can have a spin-off. We all use GPS. We are using cell phones. These are all technologies that came from mission to outer space. So with that, I'll talk. I have to acknowledge my College of Engineering, several colleagues here, several cheerleaders here also. Thank you for coming. And we have a fabulous Center for Aerosol Science and Technology that is CAST. And in the morning, there were several of our colleagues from this center. The Rosenstiel School was mentioned. Many of our colleagues have been there, and some of them have been monitoring dust for the last 50 years. And of course, thanks to National Science Foundation and so forth, when I moved here, we upgraded this facility, which actually sits in Barbados, so our students love that too. And I, of course, come from the Aerosol and Air Quality Research Lab and have had fabulous students, and they are the ones who bring these bright ideas, and I'll just try to articulate some. So we want to talk about the future investments in research. So in some sense, my topics will also relate to that, though you've heard many of them. So how do I change the slides? Oh, it's changing. It doesn't change here for some reason. Okay, so you've heard of heat, you've heard of chemistry. I mean, Dr. Farmer gave a fabulous talk. So, to us, a vapor, a gas is basically a bunch of molecules that's here in this room. But then when some of these molecules cluster together, we form particles. So the first thing I would say is fundamental work needs to continue. And you saw those complex diagrams with the chemistry. It could be extremely complex. So we need to continue this. I'm, of course, putting up a very simple cartoon, starting with molecules. This might come from different locations. They cluster and they form particles. You've heard about some of this earlier. And a particle is nothing but a stable cluster of molecules. And they grow. And the reason I'm sort of giving you the pathway is they result in a distribution of sizes. And ultimately, we are in some sense very concerned about ourselves. And I'm inhaling this. Even as I speak, maybe I get a little more excited. I'm breathing harder. You're sitting relaxing there, but you're also continuously breathing. So there's a certain deposition pattern, but the complexity of the composition, which is impacted by the temperature, I'll use that term, or heat, you might say, really adds to this. And we need to continue to do fundamental work, right? And this curve, of course, we understand if I inhale a particle, where exactly does it deposit? But there's, we want to understand. So if you look at the SARS-CoV-2 virus, it was a certain size. We inhaled it. It deposited in a region where it could quickly get into the stream, multiply, and so forth. All of this is very important. And then ultimately, the same knowledge can be used to develop a vaccine, for example, to deliver to counter it. And if you look at the vaccination rate in the United States, of course, that's up for grabs too now. You mentioned, the previous speakers mentioned what's happening, but it's still a very low percentage, right? That's because people think it's traumatic to give a little baby an injection. But if you can inhale a medication and vaccine, that would be fabulous. So this is very important. And we've heard this. So processes are driven by chemical reactions. I need to understand that complex chemistry. And I throw in the word temperature here, which is an indicator of the heat levels. And being an aerosol scientist, I would say that there's a distribution of sizes, distribution of composition in a mixture of vapor and gases. And I'm concerned about it because I'm inhaling all of this, right? So that's the first thing I would say. Then we need to understand engineers are also problem solvers. I think the first speaker said that. Keep that in mind. Don't just study it for the sake of understanding, but then resolve the problem if there is one. So there are a whole bunch of sources in the indoor environment. Even in the fanciest home, I have to cook. I love cooking. I love eating. Cooking, the other products, I use nice carpets and things like that. And then there's the dust, the ubiquitous dust, which comes from all over, and then the bioaerosols, right? The biological particles, pathogenic particles. We have to be concerned. And then there's the outdoor. Miami, we have wonderful outdoors here. You step out, but whatever is outdoors comes in, and gases and vapors can come in too. And just pictorially, I show these pictures. Of course, I could have a fancy stove at home, right? But look at the other side. There are folks still today, and you might find it if you step a few miles away, or I would say several miles away, there might be people using cooking devices which are still need to catch up, right? It's a challenge. And of course, you go across the globe, many different countries, this is still very prevalent. So cooking, but then I'm vacuuming my room. Throwing up the dust. Is the vacuum cleaner the best designed? I'm doing it to remove dust, but as a result, I show a little child using a vacuum cleaner. You could use a robot, right? These days you're sitting reading your magazine, but the vacuum cleaner is going on its own and maybe entraining the dust and so forth. And then outdoor, wildfires. Even Florida has a lot of wildfires, intentional burns, agricultural products. And of course, let's not talk about what happened in California, Canada, and so forth. It's becoming more and more prevalent. The connection to heat is very obvious, but even sitting in a nice home, this begins to show up. So that's my first topic. Understand this, continue the fundamental work, keep investing. And of course, the challenges were there. But I look at it, we turned 100 last week or a few weeks ago. The current administration hopefully will be there 4 years. We'll tackle them, no problem. So I'm an optimist. We'll take care of them. Okay, types of indoor environments. And there are schools which are under attack. My colleagues have come from Colombia. Those have been around for 200, 300 years. Okay, so we need to classify indoor environments. To me, anything with a door, inside the door, you're indoors. So that's what I'll bring. The first thing is, and being in Miami, we relate to the driving. Half the time I'm sitting in my car, moving from point A to point B due to the complex traffic patterns. So cars, trucks, I want to mention trucks, specifically airplanes. Some of you all have taken airplane flights. Big source of indoor air quality issues, right? And I'll tell you, I'll just show you a sketch. I'm not going to show any results and how we overcome these challenges, but these are sources we need to consider. And our own paper a few years ago, we put all kinds of sensors in the cabin and things coming from outside. You might say, oh, let me turn the air conditioner on, let me recycle the air. But there's all kinds of sources. The things I mentioned, one has to be careful about. And you, as was said, you measure, you tell, you can do these. And there's several publications in the literature. And how do you overcome some of these, right? So this becomes important. I put for a truck, a firefighting truck. In fact, we have colleagues here who work with firefighters. My own group does this. And it's amazing, a preliminary, of course, that firefighters are picking up cancer. It could be skin cancer, it could be lung cancer because of the harsh environment they have to face. They do wear the self-contained breathing apparatus when they're fighting a fire. But when they come out, they just strip these things. It's hot. You talk about heat. Now heat in a very narrow sense. They throw these gear, the heavy gear, into the back seat of their truck, sit in it and go drive. That is a big source of exposure. And we've actually found this out, right? Soon to come, some good publications. So that's another indoor environment where the person is really doing a tremendous job. This is our first responder, but then simple knowledge, simple techniques would resolve some of these challenges, right? Then there is doffing too. The stripping of all these suits is known as gear doffing. And I think I have it'll come later because is the, when you take off in an enclosed environment, again, indoor environment, your gear and so forth. The airplane, if you can sit towards the front, the ventilation rate is much greater, okay? Of course, you have to pay a little more, but sometimes it's worth it. If I'm taking a 16-hour flight, I'm going to do everything. Of course, not everyone can do that, but let me tell you, why can't we design the ventilation system with good particle control, good vapor gas control, contaminant gas control. And sometimes when you're taxiing, you can smell the thing. When you're flying outside at the altitude, the air is pretty clean in some sense, but it's the indoor cabin. You're generating particles yourself. If someone next to you may be sick, the whole plane might get sick if it's a 16-hour flight. Okay, so there's a very complex pattern of air cleaning to me, another indoor environment that needs a lot of attention, especially if you're dealing with pathogenic cases like COVID and even simple flu and colds. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, then homes, we heard this. Of course, homes are of different kinds. We might have a beautiful home in Miami, high rise. In fact, just this morning, we met a developer building these huge things, 90-story buildings coming up. Can we do a better job? It could be an hospital environment. And some of these we've taken care of. It's not to be sound alarming, but we have to be very cautious. We are economically challenged these days, it was mentioned. So we got to take care even of our modern homes that we build. And then there are homes, we heard about this too. There are economic justice type challenges we face. And again, these could be in our region itself, right? There's no air conditioning maybe, there's other things. So can we do something about these homes, design them, look at their cooking systems and so forth. So the type of home is important. And this is the gear doffing. It's my cartoon. Actually, my student has drawn this. When the firefighter comes in, they enter this tent type region and they just strip their suits off. And those dots are supposed to be contaminants and they are inhaling it. They don't wear their self-contained breathing apparatus, right? That's where they're picking up these things. And there are measurements to sort of point that out. So the type of indoor environment is critical. I take this step now. Outer space, I will say it's the harshest environment. There's a lot to learn. And this is very true. Some of you were around when Neil Armstrong was the first person to go to the moon. It was the dust. They all brought back rocks, but it was the dust that he found to be very challenging. This is lunar dust. That realization is there as we are getting ready. You know, Florida, we are sending people up. We want to keep them for 1 week. We have to know how to tackle the lunar dust to make sure they come back safe. Amazing. So you have to build abodes, enclosures, and you can't use your own good old construction techniques. In fact, 3D printers are going to be sent up. They are going to deposit these concrete structures. The moon is a very harsh environment. It's a vacuum in some sense, but of course, inside these abodes, you need to have the oxygen we need and so forth. You have to keep the dust out, and it's extremely important to protect against this. There are other things like radon was mentioned, but it's electromagnetic radiation, and this is the harshest environment. Every molecule in that cabin, or whatever you call it, enclosure, is important. You talk of recycling. Every drop of water will be recycled and reused. Every molecule of air will somehow be reused. So look at the technologies that need to step up. Can I bring some of that down here to provide for some of the people we just talked about who don't have access to some of these things, right? Including the fancy buildings that we make here. Okay, this is another thing which really needs to come out is the occupational environment. You know, we go work, workers are receiving a lot of attention. We want to bring back manufacturing. This is a lab in any university. It's a woodworking lab. And that's my occupational environment, but any factory, any company has it. And this is a sawing operation. They generate a lot of dust. Of course, there's a ventilation system with a filter, but where do these students sit? You want to sit away, yeah, that is just ordinary understanding, but you don't want to be in the path of the plume. So this is animation of the plume as we generate the dust, how it's going into the filter system that is used to clean it. And the instructor can position themselves accordingly. And the dots are basically the sensors that we place there to, you know, do the modeling to figure out where these plumes go. So simple things. And another group of my former students are now working with occupational settings. It's the most archaic method that it's used now, even today. And of course, now NIOSH is disappearing. Hopefully these are continued to be done. They have to go to the occupational environment, collect samples, take it to the lab, write a report. It takes close to a month. Instead, if I have sensors and can do these things in real time, that would be much nicer, just like a real-time map is being created here. Okay, now talk about instruments. We have mandated regulations. You go to Miami, there are 8 locations where we have to report the PM concentrations, okay? So there's a simple device like this, costs about $2,000. You can put it up, it's manual, you can automate these things. I'm just giving you an idea. This is real time, the cost goes up a little more, but on a real time basis, I can find out PM concentrations. Again, the hope is these things continue, so we continue to have the data. You come into a lab, you step into the next buildings. We have fabulous aerosol science and aerosol technology labs. This is typical instrument you'll find, very expensive, very precise, measures the small particles. The cost goes up and things like that. And I can keep going. I want to know the composition. I might want a time of flight, mass spectrometer. My lab can afford it. University of Miami can afford it. Colorado State might be able to afford it, can afford it for sure, and things like that. But can I personally make these small? My students care for me. They take it as a challenge. They want me to clip a personal sampler. You mentioned personalized medicine. It'll only be enabled by devices like this. There's been optical device innovations galore. We need to bring it to the forte. $5, you can get some sensor. Is it accurate enough? That's the challenge. Aerosol scientists have to step up and develop these. And some of these are now being deployed in large numbers. While they may not be the most accurate like some of the previous instruments I showed you, but they're more affordable. I mentioned a startup company. They actually don't even charge for these instruments, devices. They deploy it and they analyze the data and provide that. And that's the wearable one. We actually have a lot of these around. I should have clipped one on, and you can see the size holding it in my hand. Finally, last slide, this is what can cause what I call from technological revolution to a social revolution. This is what we should do. We talked about our Rosenstiel colleagues. They have satellite data. It's beaming down here. I have satellites going all over. I can put some of these sensors on. The concept of citizen science, all of us should be wearing one of this. You probably wear an iWatch. The iWatch should carry a particle sensor. Drones can fly around over agricultural fields. They do that anyways. Trucks are going around. There are stationary monitors. All of this should be integrated. What can be done? If I'm an asthmatic patient, the reason I have to rush to emergency care is because I'm exposed to particles and I get an asthma attack. If my physician could monitor where I'm going and hanging out, could send me signals, hey, move away from that environment, and even then give me an automated message, that would be great. Personalized medicine was mentioned, source apportionment, source control, proactive action. The insurance companies want to step in. If I carry this, you talked about smoking. I think if we don't smoke, our insurance rates are lower. I think that's true. If I don't, I think, yeah, there's something with driving too and drinking and stuff like that. My rates could be lower. So they want to step in, and then in general policy. So with that, I think we have tremendous potential to do a lot of things. I think I took a dive, maybe a leap rather, but this is what will help society in general. So with that, I'll pause. Thank you for your attention. I think I should sit here, right? With my colleague.
So thank you so much, Pratim. And I'd like to invite all of our panelists, so Paula and Hudson, to join us at the table in the front. And then if we could get Robin also on the screen in front of the room, please. So I know we're near the end of the day, and this session was supposed to end at 4, and then we were going to have our closing remarks, and we were aiming to get out of here at 4:30. I think we owe ourselves an opportunity to have to extend this conversation into a discussion that involves the folks in the room and online. So I'm going to make a suggestion that we go at least until 4:15, maybe 4:20. If we can, and people who need to leave early are certainly welcome to leave if they need to. And then we'll just finish off with very, very quick closing remarks. But I'm going to switch over to our discussion here now. And Robin, we see you have your camera on. We're working to get you on the screen too. And also a reminder to all of us here, including myself, that we need to speak into the microphones. Okay, well, I think this has been a fantastic session. I think we heard a lot of perspectives that really took the ideas and the perspectives that we heard in the earlier sessions and offered, I think, a pretty clear view of where we're heading or where we perhaps need to head in the future in terms of our investments in research. So I think we have some questions online, and also I want to provide some opportunities to folks in the room. But again, I'm going to go ahead and take the moderator's prerogative and pose. I have 2 questions for you, but I'll start off with one, and maybe that will split things up. So I think a running thread throughout this discussion has been, at least in my mind, the clear need to view what lies ahead of us as a space for opportunity, because it's incredible. It's very, very easy. I think, when we created the agenda for this workshop, we didn't anticipate what the funding environment or the policy environment around environmental effects or the effects of environmental change, environmental variability would turn out to be. And so perhaps we planned this agenda and had an idea of this session much at a point where we didn't really understand, we couldn't clearly see the level of difficulty and strain that we're experiencing now. But I do think it's important to not kind of get caught up in all of the bad news and to think about the degradation of our funding and research infrastructure, particularly in academic institutions, in institutional settings, but instead to focus on what we can do and where the opportunities lie. So with that, I'm going to press all of our panelists to be forward-looking. And I'm also going to note that, so in a former life, a previous job, I managed the air quality programming, environmental assistance funding at the State Department. And we spent a lot of time, trying to figure out solutions to build capacity for air quality monitoring through low-cost sensor networks and just answering very technical questions about how to address the fundamental issues around data sparsity and heterogeneity, and also to build capacity for modeling and forecasting, but also the development of regulatory frameworks in the Global South. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because that program and the congressional appropriation that supported it did not exist until the first iteration of the current administration. Which is to say that even in that environment at the time, environmental quality around air and water was a topic that resonated broadly across the political spectrum. And even in an environment where you wouldn't have expected there to be support, there actually was. So I think, again, viewing this as an opportunity space rather than kind of a threat environment, I think is really, really important. Okay, so with all, yeah, absolutely, sure.
So I have read the Make America Healthy Again. And again, I'm happy that indoor air is important. The challenge that I and my team face right now is all the people we used to work in government, as far as we can tell, are gone. And so there's going to be a reorganization. We're trying to figure out, through different channels, where the people will be and who they're going to hire. So, and maybe they'll rehire some people and NIOSH will be reconstituted as something else. But it is very frustrating to realize that people you used to call for different things are not there. And I don't know if this is true in the funding area.
Yeah, very, very fair points. And I think the corollary to what I said then is it's important not to be Pollyanna-ish and not recognize that this is a qualitative change. And so we are in an environment where a lot of the underlying infrastructure to support research, but also to provide basic public services that inform decision making have just gone away. And surely, yeah, a lot of the voices and the people that in offices that we turn to for these valuable, essential services just aren't there.
But what is good is we have 50 states, and here we are in Florida, and you have a great university here. So again, there are different things that can be done at the state level. And I tried to make that clear in some of the different things that I said in my remarks, that as we're waiting for the dust to settle and things to get reset up or whatever they are, working at the state level, and we're working with several states to get them to adopt indoor air quality legislation. So that is a fertile ground. And if anyone in this room knows anyone in Florida who's interested in that, please introduce them to me.
That's fantastic. Thanks. We actually I think we did hear about some programming that's funded through the Department of a state level appropriation here. So, okay, so I should finally get to my question. So it's my fault. So we heard a lot. I think from Robin, we heard about the need for kind of balancing a targeted versus and a broad and an approach that's at once targeted to the groups that need focusing on, the ones who are particularly susceptible to harm and also have a higher level of exposure, but also the need to be broad, right? To focus on aggregate and compounding exposures. We heard from Paula about the value of research and the fundamental questions that underlie, well, how are we going to support it and who's going to support it and how do we prioritize and triage? I think we heard from Hudson about the need to characterize the opportunities in the current policy environment. And we heard from Fatima about some fundamental kind of technological solutions that leverage the innovation that's ongoing right now that can address some of these. So I want to take Hudson's perspective and kind of ask you a question. Let me get to it. I'm sorry. So how do we look at this as an opportunity space? And the things that I heard are about a need to focus on community engaged research, transdisciplinary research that focuses on co-creation, co-design, perhaps research that focuses on solutions and mechanisms for action, maybe research that kind of requires a fundamental change in the incentive structures, in academic institutions, and maybe research or approaches that leverage the existing policy languages under MAHA, for example, in its own favor, and then perhaps leverages technological innovation. But I would love for you all to kind of share where you think like the key opportunities are.
I think it's maybe I pick a threefold. I liked Hudson's way, faculty are very resilient, as I said, okay, we have not been around 100 years, our university has been 100 years, but faculty, we ride the wave, we know how to. So I think reformulating what we propose and how we propose is one approach. I think that's what Hudson was saying. So we need to do that. We need to mentor junior faculty. Maybe I have a gray-haired faculty now, junior faculty to react in that sense, right? And we do that all the time. I think it's not new. And it's a little more challenging now because what Paula said is there are people disappearing and some of these are our own students. Rather, the greater point of getting them into the workforce in a positive manner, but also who do you go to? So that is there. That's one. The second thing I would say is we have to broaden through the technology example. And it also relates to Hudson. Okay, they don't want to solve the indoor air quality at the University of Miami, but they want to send people up to the moon. And this is happening in our state, right? Let me leverage that. Let's team up and address that. And then ultimately, we want to bring solutions down here. Maybe the time scale increases, but let's do that. So I find technology is a good pathway for us to collaborate more. I think one of you said that. Community relevant work, society relevant work becomes more important. The need for an engineer to work with a health scientist, with a nursing specialist, right? Whatever, social scientist, this becomes very important. So those are the three things I would say. But yeah, it is challenging, but faculty are resilient. They'll ride the wave. That's my take.
Right, and I'll basically restate what I said earlier, and that is that there will be opportunities, basically, if you haven't read Make America Healthy Again, read that. But also, what opportunities are there in the state level to either pursue legislation or other programs that could either fund research or fund community work at the state level? And I was actually inspired, Hudson, by your remarks. People have to, now I don't submit grants, all right. I was in philanthropy for 2 decades and I don't, anyway, but people need to submit grants to the government, so.
So I think one of the assumptions that we see going around is that the current changes are all planned and they have a clear end game to it, which I'm not totally convinced that is the case. I think it's a bit of a chaos theory, like you create chaos and then figure out, where you end. So I think in that space, that's where I'm advocating for us to have a presence, because we may be able to shift the direction of that chaos that's taking place, right? Instead of like just sitting back, and because some of, and I agree about, make sure that early career faculty and researchers have the support they need. Some of the approach at this point is, let's wait and see what is it going to be relevant in 6 months from now. But we can't afford to wait and see. So I think that's why I say, we need to be more out in the front line, figuring out, sure, we may not be able to win a screaming contacts with the federal government, and that is not the point of it, but that we need to continue pushing the importance of this science forward and trying to help them see it, so we can influence that. Now, the infrastructure in itself, has fallen apart, so that is going to be very tough, because if you have worked with the federal government in many ways, it's the bureaucracy is, even when it's working, it's impossible. So I don't even know how they're going to get their job done at this point. But despite of that, academia has not been historically well equipped to act in a timely fashion, right? We are known to be slow. We are known to love tradition. We are known to, I'm not talking University of Miami, I'm talking about academia as a business. So we have to be a lot more, we have to think on our toes and be able to move a lot quicker than we used to do.
Great, thank you. So you laid down a lot of threads, and I have a million questions to follow up. But I think, I think we need to give Robin a chance to speak, and then if there's folks in the room, please let us know if you have questions. So, Robin, I think you started off this entire discussion with this perspective around, a seemingly paradoxical approach where there's targeting on the communities that need it, but a focus on kind of the broad synergies across multiple classes. And I don't know, how do you thread that needle?
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite so easy, right? So, but I do think I was thinking is kind of that framework, but also what subsequently was said. And one thing that really resonated with me is something that Hudson had actually mentioned, is this idea of, sure, there are these key words right now that are kind of like no words, right? But why not just describe exactly what you mean? And that in itself is likely both scientifically and socially palatable, right? Instead of using terms like equity and things like that, we just kind of describe exactly what we mean by using that term. And that just, I mean, is more descriptive, but it also can demonstrate the kind of the integrity and the robustness of what we really intend to do anyways. I think of this, I mean, sometimes we're stuck with this idea, and I think Hudson, you brought this up, is that, I too have been victim of, I use the exact language that was in a request for funding proposals. And it's come back to get me, right? I've had some grants actually terminated because of using terms that were in the program announcement itself. Which doesn't quite make sense. But again, perhaps if we just use the language, the descriptive language there. So that I think is really important, is that we are still doing this important work, but maybe we just need to be creative in how we are describing it, because it is still very, very important. And the other thing I just want to lift up too is that I heard was that I think is maybe would actually help kind of this work resonate in the space, is thinking about opportunities and leveraging. I think another way to think about that is also like efficiencies. That term seems like it would resonate in the current situation or climate. Thinking about, and I think Pratim, you brought this up, is we're studying, trying to understand, certain indoor environments. Let's think about how we can still learn about other environments that we might be very concerned about. So it's a leveraging. It's also an efficiency. We're killing two birds with one stone. We're answering 5 questions with one study. That kind of thing I think is really important. So and I think it's a great way to kind of maybe be a little bit more hopeful in the way that we're thinking about how we can continue in this space.
That was fantastic, Robin. Thank you so much. I'm struck all the time at the degree to which some of the phraseology and the language that we develop, even around technical terms, as shorthand for kind of things that would otherwise require complex and maybe long descriptive sentences or phrasings, can become kind of almost coded language for things and takes on meanings that we might not attempt, but has a political
But
shading.
in defense of the people writing the grants at the time, they knew they needed that language.
Mm-hmm.
So they could have written it a different way, but in the previous administration, if you didn't have those key words, you would be penalized. So, and I'm going to have to leave soon, but
I think it's fundamentally kind of the research community that is the victim of this kind of latency, right, between the language in the RFPs versus Okay, so are there any? I have a few follow-up questions, but and we have about just a few minutes left. But is there anything from the audience? There's a question over there.
Yeah, thank you very much. This has been really great. And I think a lot of the questions that I was thinking about, you all already covered and discussed. But something that really came shining through is the need for the technology and the research in that area. Pratim's last slide, for example, the interdisciplinary nature of all that, and then creative pathways for research. And Robin, finally, when you mentioned the word efficiency, in essence, the new direction, do you see, for example, that obviously convergence of research efforts in multidisciplinary arms perhaps can increase efficiency, but is there also, do you see a new approach from the academic perspective that may enhance research efficiency, somewhat subsidize the needed research funding or help it through tapping into education, like our curriculum within the academic institutions and leveraging our academic curriculums across different disciplines to play a key role in covering some of the research needs?
I'm whoever wants to take that.
I think it's too early to tell. We still can't figure out where the dust is settling. And so I think it is good to think creatively about new things, but it's unclear whether that will be the answer that once the dust settles, the administration wants.
So you think we still have hope?
I just, you know, a perspective. Sorry, Robin, is there something? Okay. Yeah, just from a perspective from people who are coming from DC, it's a very difficult environment in which to be strategic at this point because the change is happening so rapidly. And we are, you know, I mean, there's been a real shift in the policy priorities and environment, but it's just a couple months old. So, well, in that case, then this is a question I would have had for all of you. Oh, sorry, Gillian. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Two quick things. Removing key terms. I've noticed, I just wanted to say I use ChatGPT now. You know, you can use any chatbot, but what I did is I was working on a grant revision last week. I said, write this as an author of Project 2025. Not kidding. And so it phrased things differently and just, you know, it said, encourage scalable models that reflect practical partnerships and locally managed solutions, not expanded bureaucracy. It's like, okay, I'm okay with saying that because that, you know, that probably is. So I just wanted to mention that going beyond the term search to the phraseology. Then the other question, you know, is directed to Paula, but you all can, like, I want to see systems change. I want to see policy innovation, but I don't know where to begin. And I've looked in Europe and I've looked in Asia and I haven't seen any innovation there yet as far as the indoor environment. So what questions am I missing? You know, where I don't even know the right questions yet. So I know that's another 8-hour question, you know, response and discussion, but I just want to put that out there for your consideration.
You know, I think there is some progress in trying to improve indoor air globally with this whole movement towards what are a few standards you want around PM 2.5, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and so on. There was a paper in Science that ASHRAE, the Engineering Society, came up with the health. So, and this gets back to if you can measure something, then you can monitor it, and then you can hold something up to say, you're not meeting that. Please fix it, or we're going to punish you unless you fix it. So
I think people everywhere are the same, and maybe they need a little quantitative look, which is instrumentation, understanding what it means, like, you know, understanding even things, simple units of concentrations, but then people want good for themselves and they'll drive, you know, the need to fix the problem. It's a little more challenging in certain parts of the world, but I think that understanding will be there. And it's more important for us to collaborate, maybe transfer some best practices. Collaborate is the right word, not dictate. So I'll mention that.
And this is more related to heat. I'm originally from Brazil, and when I go to visit my family over the last 5 years, I noticed that like not every, but like so many random households now have solar panels. And my family included, we never had air conditioning because it's too expensive. It's too expensive. Nobody could afford it. For some way, in that country, in Brazil, somehow they managed to get solar panels in the hands of common people that they install the panels themselves. They generate the energy and they sell it back to the grid if there's savings, which is like, I mean, there's no heat problem. Like we grew up without air conditioning, like, and it's a hot country. Like, so how they did that, I don't know exactly, but you know, there's the idea of decentralizing this type of technology so people have the ability to install with, you know, the local handman. because honestly, the technology is built. Doesn't need a whole team of engineers to come to your home anymore. They have done all the hard work to transfer that into the hands of the common people.
So I recognize, I think we're just about at time. Is there any final remarks that we have, Robin, from you or from our panelists in the room? No? Okay. All right then. So let's go ahead and thank our panelists again. That was a fantastic end to the discussions. And we'll, for just 2 minutes, we'll make some quick closing kind of acknowledgements. Roxana, do you want to join me up here? Yeah. So I'm going to start off, Roxana will, I think, leave us with an inspirational message of some kind. But I just wanted, from my seat here, I'm just going to quickly thank all of the people that need to, well, as many of the people that need to be thanked as we can figure out. So I want to start off by thanking, well, Paula, before she leaves the room. Paula, thank you. Oh, she left. Oh, well. So the Sloan Foundation funded this work. They made it all possible. The original, I think it points to the power of, civil society organizations to affect change and to support transformative work. And so we're really, really glad for that support. We're especially glad to have opportunities and the funding to be able to do this, because I think there's no point in creating studies with findings and recommendations if you can't engage the community of practitioners afterwards to talk about how to actually implement some of those things that you're advocating. I want to also thank the study committee that produced the original report. I want to acknowledge Delphine and Ellison and Gillian, who are members of that committee, who actually joined us for this workshop as well, because they were an important bridge from the original work to this discussion. I want to especially thank our University of Miami hosts who provided us with this incredible space, who have been such amazing partners since the very beginning of the planning here. So that includes Hudson and his entire team here at the School of Nursing and Health Sciences, Willie Prado at the provost level, who provided just a top level cover for us. The facilities folks, Rosa and her team, including Javier, our amazing AV and IT folks who jumped on a bunch of calls with us beforehand to plan kind of the layout. So that's Gerson, Roberto, Albert, and Chris. I also want to acknowledge there's a couple of people in this room who haven't gotten the attention that maybe they should have deserved, but Darlene in the back and Kay Wims are members of our staff team who just made everything happen. The travel, the catering, the room. The whole reason this went smoothly is because we had incredible hosts and incredible staffers who kind of handled all the logistics and admin and were the connective tissue. So I really appreciate both of you for your efforts. And then finally, the thanks is just to everybody who joined us in the room and online, including our incredible panelists, our participants. Thank you so much, all of you who joined us and made this a really, I think, a generative, vigorous discussion. And so everybody who's still online after a full day and who's still stuck around in the room, thank you so much. And we'll stop here and let Roxana offer her message.
I'll be quick. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Apurva, Charles, Kay, and Darlene for allowing me to be a part of this and taking my input. And thank you, everyone who joined us. And I think there's still much left to learn and understand about indoor chemistry and the linkage between chemical exposure, air quality, and human health. I hope that the students and early career investigators feel safe and supported and continue to do the good work. And I hope our leaders lead us into also advancing science and supporting us. And have a great evening, everyone. And let's make America healthy again.